And so I'll let them know. Hi, this is Lucinda with Body Studios, and you are, if you are in this stream, okay, you are you are in the right place for the tarot thing. Relax. Now, something that I'd like for you to do is breathe and get settled. Pick a place that's free from debris, that you don't have to worry about cleaning up because that'll distract you. Something that's really super comfortable. Get a glass of water, something to write with. You'll need something to write with. And you can then begin to relax into the energy of the attunement. The attunement is an activation of self, your most authentic self, higher self, and yourself in your present. It's like the trifecta of understanding. And the reason is so that you are attuned to the story of you in your most authentic way. Some throat clearing going on there. Okay. So that you're in your most authentic self when you are you. And as that clears, your expression becomes more authentic and honorable. You hold yourself more sacred. You're speaking beautifully to yourself up here and feeling lovely in regard to you here. Okay. Okay, so we'll begin. We still have sign-ins coming, all right? But we'll let this, the background, you can hear like what I'm talking about as people come in. Okay. All right. No, your deck, right? Who has a deck and who does not have a deck? Well, that was a loaded question. That was not going to help me, was it? Okay. Who does not have a deck? So everybody has their own deck? Perfecto. Okay. Go ahead and pull your decks out. Okay. Pull them out. And what I'd like for you to do with your decks, okay, is to put them in front of you. And then if you have like your writing instrument, whatever hand you are, if you're right-handed, set it to your right. If you're left-handed, set it to your left. And then I have composition books up here that you're more than welcome to come and choose from. This is how you're going to build what you know. It is the first tangible evidence of your psychic abilities. What you see, what you experience. Every experience will be different. You will read in different ways. Right now you're in a different kind of field. All right? And every time somebody shifts, you're shifting because I'm sharing space, right? We're sharing space with everybody. It's like this right now. Okay. I don't want to get too close to you guys. No. That's a lot of shifting. That's like a lot of spiraling right there. Oh, sure. Sure. And I have some pens right here. Finish my coffee. I don't think I can. I know. That's a plain blue. No. I like the coconut. I like the blue too. That's easy.
You know what? It's really busy, but I like it because it's easy to start.
Gotcha.
Like you can just throw in there it is. And this one is more common. And I can wire it. And this one is plastic and the other.
Oh, I didn't know this back in.
And I'd rather safe.
I don't know what it's called. Okay. I just got it. I've had it for a little bit. How are you guys? There is an angel tarot. No, it is
No,
tarot.
tarot.
I do have oracle too. What's the difference between oracle and I brought the other two? I was going to ask that question. No, all of them?
Well, I heard the word
I've never seen it. No, this is, it says angel tarot. Yeah, these cards don't have the major, the minor, and stuff like this is just angels. So I do have. Yeah, sure.
No.
Oh, this one?
This one.
Hi, Angie. How you doing? How are you?
This one's open. I just had my bag hanging.
And then, so these two are oracle cards. So,
Yes.
how are you?
She has me up with her.
Oh,
She said, if you are a right hand, your deck on your right hand.
I'm gonna hot cold here.
She didn't bring all of mine. I just thought I wasn't sure. I only use this one. The ones that I got one too. That was like only she has dedicated.
I have Yo traje mine. Vamos a traer dos. Yes, from the section. Take care of it. Las gitanas, gypsy. Oh, those are singles and replaces. This one tells you right there. I can't see. This one said, "Be serious." Which ones did you pick?
I had riders weights. Like a rider weight, but
No, I'm gonna go with the tarot. I think it's so I can be on the same track. This must be the same. Okay.
a lady.
Right. My park's next door because I couldn't. Hey, because too narrow, and if I go in, I can't back out because of trash cans and stuff. That's what I thought.
Yeah, you come and check your. Check your.
signing on for it. Yes, and it was charged and everything was. So do I send you the link then? For the YouTube that it's going to? Or like, are you just gonna tell me? Tell me what
I just need to do
you're gonna send the link? You need my computer to log into it?
because then you just log into it and you see it.
We're just gonna do this first before we sit down. Okay. Trying to make the time, okay? Okay. So here's my computer. What do you want?
I'm gonna do. You wanna do-
Is this free?
I'm paying for it, but
Oh, I see.
you can use it
Oh, thank
because
you.
I use it for you either way.
I know. No, I was laughing about that, but we're going to talk about that later.
I'm like, you're the reason I have it, so
Yeah.
it's like I don't mind.
Well, we're going to come in a really good energetic exchange about that.
That's the right password. Okay, no, it's not. Please hold. You're pissing me off now.
I suppose I could edit that as I'm live right now. I'll probably say other things, so it won't really matter. I haven't decided what deck to use yet because they haven't revealed that to me. So I'm not even sure what deck of mine I'm using this evening. And I have several to choose from. And they all are wonderful. And so it will depend upon what everybody, like, I'll pull from like our atmosphere, basically, of what it is that we most desire. And it really feels like connection to self and others, but self first, like getting to know self. And so it's a very healing process to get to know the journey and to know that there is something that actually represents the journey. It's not this, oh my God, I don't know what's happening, but it's really good. I like it a lot.
Please hold.
We're good. We still have one more coming, so it's fine. Technology. That's a different vibe, huh? Now you know why. We'll do this first. The other one's lifted for a moment, but it's good. You're still in it. Oh, a lot of sacral shifting.
Okay, so come here.
Sometimes. Hot tea.
Bless you.
Okay. Okay. I just shifted the platform. It feels better. Okay, let's go.
So you have it set up there.
Wow.
You just click record. It'll start recording and it'll start doing its thing.
I do nothing.
Just click here.
Okay.
Allow. It'll use your microphone.
Okay. All right.
Then you can start your thing and
Okay,
it'll
that's much
start
better.
writing it.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Ange.
No worries. And then later on we can edit this stuff.
Oh, you'll help me? Yeah. That'd be
We'll
nice.
both learn together.
Oh, okay, that's nice. I would like to sit with you. That was something else I was going to ask about. Okay, so you go ahead and you come out. Come here. Come on this side and set like your phone up. Oh, you don't have to now, do you?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. So it's all right here. We're perfect.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, great. So here, put this stuff away on this side.
Put it away.
Well, yeah, you don't need it. Right? Okay. Oh, it's all right. I just don't want you to sit down yet. You put it away wherever
Put it
you
back.
can. You can go on the other side.
Thank you.
But I just don't want you to sit down yet. You could stand there. Because I'm not very clear. Ever.
Thank you. You got it.
Okay, now go ahead and have a seat. Now, as you sit, I just wanted you to be aware of what was taking place. All right. And so the energy that you feel coming in is your most authentic self. All right. And that's what you'll be working with today. And that's your attunement base. And then I have an integration activation of this, and that's how you learn to read the tarot properly. Okay. You go from you and your center, your core, because you're your best source of information. You always will be. Okay. Nobody knows you better or can make snap decisions left to right, center, in a quicker period of time for you than you. Okay. All right. So as you let it settle, okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and open this up a little bit more. We'll clear a little bit more of the psychic debris. Transmuting that psychic debris into little white butterflies, unconditional love. So if the energy feels tight to you, it is your energy. And what that means, what I mean by that, is that your recoiling from everything, trying to find safety, and it's feeling tighter and tighter and tighter. I want to invite you to take that's what gives you headaches and stuff. Do you understand? You're too tight. So you're pulling everything that you know into one space, and it's going to convolute who you are. So I want you to take a deep breath and concentrate on your heart chakra. Just take a deep breath. And then when you exhale, go like this, whew, with your energy like that. Whew, let it go. Let it just expand and expand, right? You won't get lost. You're always here. See? Breathe. Yeah. It's not difficult to be in this energy. And you can be as curious as you would like. And this is the perfect place to play and to have frivolity and fun and imagination and fantasy and suppositions and possibilities. This is the land of make-believe, all right? Because you will make it up and you're making believe that this is how it works. And it's okay. You're not going to challenge somebody else in their belief system because you're sorting your own, right? Our biggest fear is that we get challenged ourselves from someone else because they are not as, we don't feel they're as open as we are. And usually that happens because we are afraid of that happening. And so we're in that vibe and we're trying to avoid it. But, you know, we all know the law of attraction and how that works. And it really comes forward in that moment. And it isn't because you're wanting it. It's because you're focused on it. So this particular energy, all right, this is the energy that I want you to remember, because this is the energy that you will be able to connect to with your deck every single time. You're going to learn to manage it tonight in 4 hours, okay? You're going to pull it into an understandable amount of you, all right? Right now, you're in all that is, and I'm going to teach you how to compartmentalize through intention energy, all right? And then that way it makes it easier. You create different spaces so that it behaves a certain way, all right? Okay, we're just holding space right now for one more individual. And when she arrives, we will be all good. And then you have your own deck. Okay, you have your own decks. Okay, great. So now with your decks, what I'd like for you to do is take them out of the containers. All right. No matter how many decks it is that you have. All right. I would like for you to kind of tune into the one that would be like your secret, Neptune-y androgynous deck. The one that's like going to be like, hey, I have a secret. Let me tell you something. Okay. I want you to really tune into the deck that way if you're choosing a deck for tonight. Okay. Because this is how we're going to read. We're going to read through our sensory aspects. Okay. And we have to know our shadow. We have to know exactly who we are. And we are capable of everything. Okay. Good or bad, doesn't matter. We are all capable. So when you illuminate yourself in that way and you understand that you're merely focusing in other directions, right? Other than detriment, you can give yourself grace, right? Because now you're not like this horribly bad individual, right? Okay. Because we're not horribly bad. We made some choices that have brought us to here. That's it. Okay. Time's a wasting.
Yeah.
Yes, sure. Oh, that's nice. Thank you so much. Yes, please ask me questions.
What's the difference between oracle cards and tarot?
Well, tarot is usually built at 78 cards, and the 78 cards have sometimes you'll have a little bit more, all right, depending, but usually it's a 78 card deck, and it consists of what is called the major arcana, and the major arcana is the spiritual nature of the life, right? And then you have the minor arcana. That's how I was trained to call it. So you have the minor arcana, which are situational value. Okay, so they show you that there's a situation. So that's going to be mutable energy, right? And when someone's in a spiritual lesson, it is easy for them to get lost, right? And trying to be right. Okay. And this particular avenue of approach to spirituality and learning about yourself, because that's anything that you pick up, any kind of modality, anything that you're looking at that you're not really sure of, you're practicing a belief of faith that you're okay. And you're doing it with the foundation you built already. And so don't lose the foundation that you already built, because that's important. That's what your base is. That's where you're coming from. So knowing where your foundation is going to be key, right? And if you're in your spirituality, you have a connection to a more divine understanding of what is, and that concept can constitute source, universe, God, whatever your perception is. And there's plenty, because we're multifaceted. So no two people will read tarot the same. No two people will read tarot the same. And when you go to a tarot reader, they will focus where they feel comfortable focusing. And nobody is going to focus in exactly the same way, because they're going to go at it or to it or in it. See, there's just so much. And we're going to learn about that today too, about how to manage your energy in those situations. That's why we have such a big field of operation, so that it feels almost insurmountable. You just have to learn how to manage it. It works. So for this, okay, I'm going to do this. I just thought I would wait, and I'm not sure I want to wait much longer, but it is, let's see, let me see. Maybe I'm just being impatient. We'll see. I don't want to hold you guys late, but if you don't care, like how late it goes, then we'll get into it. All right. I don't mind. I'm down because this is always a channeled class. It is always a channeled class. So from start to finish, like when we get into this, it's going to be like this. And you'll be like, and you can take notes, all right? But I'm going to help you set your books up first so it's easier for you, okay? Because when you're taking notes and you're trying to catch up and do like what it is you want to do, that makes it almost obscene, okay? And so first we're going to give you like a guideline, a structure. Oh, they're already here. They showed the fuck up. Okay, here we are. All right. And we're going to give you a guideline or structure, or maybe something that would make sense in a very logical aspect, because we're challenging all of your belief systems tonight. And the reason that we're doing that is because it's time for you to find out who your authentic self is. Be genuine and forthright with yourself. Nobody has to read what you write except you. So it's your truth, and it's only your truth now. And that will change but this will give you a more in-depth study of the cards and what they hold and how to reveal them. And it will hit you every single time, and you'll use your body for your intuition. Your body will go ahead and produce a vibration. It will go ahead and connect to the cards. We're going to have you do some ceremony with the cards. The ceremony with the cards is mostly a structure to allow the activation and connection from your heart chakra in your story so that you feel safe, because you're putting your story into the cards. You're not measuring yourself against anybody else, but you're allowing the healing that you're going to receive to be bountiful and expressive. All right? Because every time you pull a card, every single time you pull a card, it gives you an idea of what to come. All right? Not what is, what to come, because you're still in charge. And every single time you receive a reading, you have an opportunity to change it because you just received the information. And change is the only constant. It's the only constant in our life. Okay? Ooh, thank you. And that's how it's going to be all tonight. Just want to let you know. Ooh. And then we'll shut the doors. I'll close the container. That's what I'm waiting to do right now. I made a very sacred space today. I wanted it to have those who needed to be here. And then I wanted to be very selective with how it was that I released energy. And so I went and I attuned all of the chairs. And then mostly I wanted it to be super comfortable. And so I have the heater on. So the heater will be here and that'll be a little bit better. Okay. But for right now, I need you very attentive, because the activation, when the activation comes, I'm going to do more energy, and this energy is going to be different. It's going to have to do with your chakra points in your hands. All right. And your chakra points on the bottom of your feet, and then the chakra points in your body field. Okay. Just because it makes like a shine bright like a diamond, it does like a pentacle, right? And so a pentacle is a connection to like earth, and pentacles are in the tarot, and they represent the tangible, and you're the tangible in the situation, right? So when I do these sort of intentions, these intentions start to balance with one another. But through an exercise, you'll be able to do it for yourself, and that's the best part. Okay. And so the exercise, yeah, the exercise is this. They're like, okay, here I am. Oh, do you feel that? You feel them all come in? So the exercise is this. All of your points are inside of your hand. This will be your understanding. This will be your understanding. It is not a belief, it's your understanding. This is a premise by which you can operate. It's your understanding. There will be differences in how you're able to nuance the way that you select to place different word combinations. All right. And word combinations are interesting for us. So consider this another star. Consider this yet another star. Your foot, another star. Your other foot, another star. And then you yourself as a star. You have 5 and 5. All right. So you're already creating and discreating energy. And that takes you out of the chaotic field. All right. And it grounds you. So when you want to ground, the easiest way to ground is to open your hands and you put your feet about shoulder width apart. All right. So let's stand. Okay. I would invite everybody to shut their phones off. All right. And take your shoes off. Okay.
Socks on or off?
Up to you, but at least your shoes, because rubber prevents you from connecting to the earth. If you have leather on the bottom of your shoe, you're good. But if you don't have leather and it's rubber, it prevents you from connecting because it creates discontinuity. Okay, so yeah, oh yeah, so you guys are feeling that, right? Okay. All right. So now you're all connected like this. Okay. And in this, what you're doing is you're 1 5, here's a 5, here's a 5, here's a 5, and here's a 5. So that's 5 times 5. So you're amplified. You're more amplified. So now in that thought process, you bring these together in front of your heart chakra and you tell yourself, okay, I want to balance my right side with my left side in all ways. And then you allow the synapse in your cranial brain to begin firing and processing, and you'll feel like one side is maybe lower than the other, but you're going to start feeling the shifts through your body because you're balancing yourself through this intention. All right, breathe. Just breathe through the shifts and allow. You might rock back and forth, and there might be different things that you're letting go of. That's fine. You're just allowing a process of balance and harmony to come into your well-being, your understanding. This is another understanding. This would be a 0 point you could use to reset to an understanding. Get it? Oh, there you go. Very powerful, correct? You're almost in harmony. And when you feel like you're in harmony, if you close your eyes, you can open your eyes. Okay. And it'll feel like you're landing, but you're solid, you're in your heart chakra again. Okay. You're very cerebral right now. Okay. That means that it feels like your eyes are open. From the top of your cheekbones up, you're very open right now. Okay. You're in connection to your higher self and your authentic self. All right. And you're in harmony with who you are in that likeness. That allows you to drop into who you have experienced yourself to be. All right. Because you know that that's not truly you. This is mostly an experiential dictionary writing class. Okay. Good to know. Yes. All right. Many blessings. You can have seats now. Okay. So next what we'll do is we will, oops, let me see if I got this. I do, but I don't know if it will come back up. It might. Okay. We're going to play a, there. Ooh, yay. Okay. If anybody has to use the restroom, if anybody would like some water, okay, because this is, you're going to burn like so much energy right now, okay, like a lot of energy. So if you have something that you'll hydrate with, that would be awesome. And I have water by the door if you would like. I also have tea right here, and I have 2 cups. I have more cups I can go in. I can retrieve those.
Oh, hello. Yeah.
Oh,
Carol.
yeah. There's a thought too.
Yeah. So bring them up, everyone. So bring your part out.
So Veronica,
Yes.
you are, whatever chair you sit in, oh, you're going to sit in the one where your purse is.
The one next.
No. What you'll do is you'll take your belongings and you'll put them right next to you on the floor, however you have to, just for right now, because it's an attunement. You're going to get an attunement. So I don't want it to be all scattered. Okay.
I'm gonna have this. Here's these are
But those are gonna be like 8 ounce, I think, maybe. Okay. And then you just put the tea bag directly in here, and then you push this down like this. This will be on, you'll push cut, because it'll be the cut, and then do 6, because I think these are like maybe, okay, yeah, I don't think those are very big. Okay, and then you push 6. Oh, I'll show you. I still do it together. Which one did you get? Oh, it's open. Cool. It's open. Yeah. So you just put it directly in there. You hold it down. Have you ever used these?
for coffee.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I mean,
Okay. Yeah, this works good. So you push that, and then do you want it strong? Or? Okay. You push strong, and then 6, and then okay, and then close. And the water comes out. Is that really? I'm sorry? Oh, I see. Oh, okay, that's great.
because I just wanted to make sure that they're doing.
Oh, that's nice. You're going to teach me how to do that. That's perfect because I need
So
that. Yeah. That's great. Okay. Ooh.
Yes, as soon as you say. I know she put it in. I've never done it. Okay. This one is it's jasmine peach. It's the peach there. Not working at all. It's all within.
Got pineapple.
It's not. Okay.
It's just not as much.
Oh, you need to know.
Oh, you know what? We're fine. You traded to me?
No, no, we're good. She didn't think she'd be in for some reason. Because she was a- So I didn't see what it was all the way. Yes, but I was probably she was not walking the way. She did start a little bit, like she was trying to say walking the way. So she said, put your carpet in. I kind of put it on the right side. Okay, we're taking notes. So if you want to take a book from there, grab a book and keep it empty. She's going to show us how to make the steps up to, right? Which is on there. So now right now she's done talking about the activation.
Yeah.
But we're in this.
Do you want one?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Thank you.
You guys have a break, right?
Before we
Let me go back to your.
Also, you want to try.
Pepino. Voy a tumbarle la mesa.
Right. Highlighted. I can't take the blank sheet and wrap it and wrap it on this.
No creo que podamos hacer. Me parece que no tengo.
Turn your phone off.
Like vibrate off or like shut it.
Shut it off. It has a, it just, it's a distraction to me.
Hold on. Put it on.
Off, off. Oh, yeah. It makes it, yeah, it makes it easier for me. I want to, because then it's not, because there's like a lot to look for your headache. And I'm trying to, I just want to hold a field. I want to hold a field, man.
Thanks for the tea.
Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. It's, you know what? The machine was a gift from my daughter. And so, does it need water?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll get water. Well, I think I have a bottle that I can, oh, very pretty. Well, okay. It was one of my daughter's party gifts. Here you go. Oh, thanks.
You okay?
I was crushed about it. I start up there. Take others into consideration. I was keeping my own thought processes. You're good with that. I just realized I remember. What's that? Every 90 minutes. We just started.
Episode's 34 minutes. That's good. $90 minutes.
So you ready? So you're gonna get everything to now loaded in your field. We talked about tarot, you know about tarot, you know how I am about that. We talked about being in many fields at once. We cleared all of our spaces and now you are coming into that's your authentic self right now. Okay. And this is what you'll be working with to be attuned to this. The activation will take place with that. And the deck that you chose is the one that you'll get connected to. Okay. Good. Okay. Good. Okay. So now do this. Do this. Hold your hands like this, way open like that, as open as you can. All right. Okay. All right. And what we're going to do is you're going to hold them in front of your heart chakra. And you're going to tell the energy that you want to balance the right side and the left side. Say it in your head because you're saying it to your energy field. And then the energy field will begin to behave and shift you until you're in harmony on both sides. Okay. You can do that almost any time, but you should do it standing with your feet about shoulder width apart. Okay. It's more effective that way when you rebalance because you can tap into that. I just brought in a lot of energy so that it would satisfy it right now. Okay. Good. All right. Everybody is all caught up. That makes it better. Okay. So we're at 7:25. How many of you have to leave right at 10:30? Anybody have to leave right at 10:30? Okay. Then that means I'll probably go over. How far over? May I go 1 hour over? Is that okay? Or 11? 11 is okay? 11, 11:15. Okay. We're setting everything right now. Okay. All right. So if you need a book, you need a book. All right. If you don't have a book, good luck to you. Here's what we're going to do. The book that I'm talking about is going to be your psychic dictionary. That's what you're building tonight. It's going to be a lot of homework. This whole month is a lot of homework. Okay. It's a lot of understanding you, and you're going to go through a journey, and this journey is going to connect you to who you are. Okay. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to take your books out first. Put your cards away and take your books out first. Okay. You can sort your cards after. I'll have you sort your cards after because I'm going to have you attuned to your cards. So that's why you're going to have your books out first. Okay. So on the first page of your books, okay. All right. We're going to start the outline that I promised you so that when you take notes, it'll make sense to you. All right. Okay. So I don't know how you want to set it up. I have like little post-it notes, and you can make tabs if you want those. You want me to get those for you so that you can flip back and forth? Because I don't know how you want to. Because I'm very fast when the channel, because the channel is very fast tonight. It's an extreme amount of energy. It's a very loving. Well, Buddha's in it, and so there's
I'll
like
go
a
for
lot of
I like
information.
Yes.
Tabs.
Yes,
Tabs.
ma'am. Thank you very much. I know. Anything to organize? Here it is. My book. Oh, really?
There's just tabs everywhere.
That's good. Very well.
Okay, here you go. And then you could you pass them down.
Thank
And
you.
then share them, and that should work. Okay. You can use different colors. There's like all kinds of colors. And so I'm going to give you an outline on the very first page so that way you'll know what your table of contents is. That'll make better sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So section 1 is going to be wands. Wands, W-A-N-D-S, wands. Wands are going to be your first section. Section 2 is going to be swords. Section 3 is going to be pentacles. And section 4 is going to be cups. All right. Okay. Each section will have, all right, we'll have 10 pages. Each section will have 10 pages. All right. 11, because the first page will give you like an outline of what the meaning is behind the suit. Thank you so much. That's a great way to say it.
What color do you want?
You have here green.
Green.
Breaking up a couple of those two.
Also have pink if you guys want.
Thank you.
Different colors. 11.
Yeah, it'll be 11. So it's 44 all together. But the first page is going to be a descriptor to the suit. All right. The action, everything about it. Okay. So much fucking information. I'm flat. Very jovial energy today. This will be fun. The next section is going to be players / trump cards. Okay. And that will have 16
Please.
16 pages. Yes, 16 pages for each, right? For each. But you'll understand what I mean.
What is it? Players?
Yeah,
Players.
Oh, players.
The player. Everybody ready for the sixth section yet?
No.
No, not yet? Okay, take your time. I'm happy that we've done so much so far because we've done an awful lot so far, and that's really good.
With the trump cards, are you gonna split it with the? Oops.
Yes. But I'm going to teach you what I want you to do when I come to it. So 16 pages for that area. Okay. And then when you're ready, there's a reason that I teach it the way that I teach it. Yes, I teach it so that way you learn how your mind works. All right. So that you can see how you make your associations. Okay. And it's important that you understand you because you're going to be the source of your information. You're listening to you. All right. You're listening to, okay, I pulled this idea and what do you think about that? Okay. You're still responsible. You're going to make a cognitive decision as to whether or not you choose to believe that particular information or if it doesn't really resonate. And maybe there's something that, there's another perception that it seems like it matches a little bit better. Okay. Got it? Okay. All right. Oh, that feels better. Oh boy, we're ready to go here. So section 6 we are on now, correct? You've counted 16 pages for your trump cards.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The rest of the book is probably going to be, well, for the next 22 pages, it's going to be the major arcana. And what you're going to do at the very first page, the 17th page, 16 and then 17, that next page.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You're going to write on this page, the story of my life.
Wait, say that again.
The story of my life.
The next 22 pages are the.
Well, you know how you get to the trump, okay, the trump card. And then that's 16 pages.
Mhm.
On the very next page, all right, the 17th page, you're going to write the story of my life. Okay. And you can mark it any way you'd like, but that is going to be the spiritual journey aspect of the story that you're actually going to tell. Okay. Got it?
And then the section six, did you name
It's
it?
your no, I haven't yet. Okay. All right. You're going to call it the Fool's Journey. So there's a lot of realizations in this as you do this healing. The idea is to try to stay in as much balance as possible. You're not too horribly bad and you're not too great either. You know, you're a balance of both. Remember, we talked about capabilities at the very beginning, and we're capable of everything. When you decide to focus your energy in a kind way, you're acting in a way that is most likely in more alignment to your authentic self. All right. It's an easier vibration, but that's how you could tell. All right. And you are your keeper. Yes. Okay. Sure, you tell me which one.
And then it's the major arcana.
Or is it major arcana?
I have it all three as major arcana and the Fool's Journey.
So last one is
So-
players and what's in
And on the table of content,
Players, and then you do
the story of your life.
the story of my life, page 17. So cards. You do, no, first you do the story of your life, and then section 6 is the 22 pages, which is the major arcana. So it's my life first. On
so
seven.
section 6 is the major arcana.
It's the major arcana. I'm sorry. Okay, so on page 17, which is after this, page 17, is the story of your life. And then major arcana.
And then major arcana.
So
So there's
So how many pages for the
For
story
the
of my
trunks?
life?
The story of my life. It may take more, so it's the rest of the book.
So
So
is
where-
there
It's the
major
rest of the book.
arcanas
And that
before
will be that will be your major arcana,
Okay.
because that's what it is. All right. And what you'll do is this is your play work. Okay. Every day. All right. For the next 30 days. Okay. To the best of your ability, you will pull a major arcana card in a sequence and journal how it pertains to your experience. And I'll give you the meanings of them tonight. Okay. So you'll start with the Fool, and then you'll move through the story. All right. So what I would do is this. I would maybe listen and go to that page. I'll tell you what the name of the card is. You can write it down. You can start taking a little bit of notes and everything on it until you start to formulate like how it pertains to you, that part of the story. Okay. And when it does, you can go ahead and begin journaling right now. All right. There is an opportunity to do that. It is easy to do either way, whatever satisfies you. You'll probably take about 2 pages, so a front and a back page, maybe a little bit of another page, depends on how you're struck in the moment to tell the story of your experience that reflects what the meaning of the card is. Okay. And it's personal. So make sure that how you tell it isn't about somebody else. It's about you and your experience. This is how you get very intimate with the knowledge of who you are. When you're reading for somebody, you won't get triggered. All right. You won't have to worry about like maybe, am I saying this the right way? Is this like, because you'll have this knowledge that you can get through to the other side. It happened to me. You'll be okay. Don't worry. And that kind of energy really supports who you are and allows you to continue to be authentic. You help the other individual become authentic with who they are. And when you see the possibility for them, it makes it easier for you to deliver the possibility. And then they're shifting their vibration in that moment of change, right? So you too are also shifting because you shift along with them because we're all connected in consciousness. So today they told me that I will be using 2 different decks. One will be the emblematic deck of the Rider-Waite, and the other one will be my Tarot of Dreams. Tarot of Dreams is by Sarah Marchetti, and I really enjoy that deck. I enjoy it because it has a lot of symbology that's written into it. And I like symbology. Clearing a lot of things right now. Hmm.
The tarot cards that I have,
Yes,
angel tarot cards.
right.
So it doesn't, like I was just going through it and figure it out, but it doesn't have wands, swords.
Oh, it does.
It does.
Yes. I will teach you.
I know, I said this one is.
I will teach you.
Okay.
I will teach you because what happens is that each deck is enhanced by the individual who articulates it. So it's their articulation. So you're reading through their lens what they think the meaning, the base meaning of that card represents. And then they'll give you an outline in their book of what the takeaway would be. Okay. But there's so many different meanings because there's so many different people through perception as to what the real meaning is. The real meaning is how you view it. Right? Okay. So with these cards, there's different cards that are like that. I prefer not to have writing on the cards. Okay. But there are these awesome tarot decks that have all the writing of all the meetings just directly on them. And I love those. And I want to carry some of those because that would be like really cool. All right. And it has all the base and stuff like that. Okay. Tonight you'll learn that, but it's not like right in front of you on a little cardboard that says, oh, okay, now I know how to use this. And it's not going to be that cookie cutter. It's going to be more, I want to say, interpretive because it flows. It flows because you're not only reading the one card, you're reading adjacent aspects and you're looking at the nuances. And you see how I'm backing up? So I'm starting to back up in the information so that I can gather more, right? And then that way it makes it easier. And you could tell that when you start to back up that things start to fill in a little bit more. And that's what you want to learn to do. You want to be very aware of the energy that is being presented in the reading, no matter what the reading is. Okay. All right. So the other deck that I'll be reading from that I'll pull out right now is the Sarah Marchetti deck. And this one comes with a huge book and extra cards with no meanings. So I like that stuff. These are well worn. These are favorites. These are my favorite decks. Okay. And so, well, all my decks that I use a lot, that's what they look like. Okay. So with my decks, I'm very attuned because I understand that they hold my story. Okay. And I know that my story is revealed in others because we're all collective consciousness and we're different renditions of that experience. So in that, you're my reflection and I'm your reflection. So it's easier for me to read that way because I become accepting of whatever the cards say. I'm not precedencing them on a result that the individual has. It's not, I don't give a fuck. It's, I have no fucks to give. Okay. All right. Because you can't be that involved in a reading, not even for yourself. If you're involved in the reading for yourself, whatever you pull, if you don't designate it first, you're going to be subjective to. You'd be like, what does that mean? How would you fucking know? You didn't say. You didn't say. So you really need to just kind of chill into like whatever it is that you're going to read because it is an energy. You're the energy that you're tuning into. You're tuning into, since we have everybody here, okay, I can go ahead and set the field, okay? So instead of, we'll do it like this, okay? You guys are good with your books? You have them all set up? Okay. Now, I think that we'll write down, okay. And then section 7 is the story of my life, right?
No, that's section 6.
That's 6. Okay, good, because it's healing. That's why. So that's perfect. Okay. All right. Now, this is your table of contents. This will get you to wherever it is that you need to get, right? Now, what I'd like for you to do is we're going to go over wands and their meanings. So turn to that page, the very first page that you left open, so that you could have like the description. All right. Take as many notes as you can. You don't have to take all the notes because you'll be provided a copy of the recording and a copy of the PDF, because I felt that that was the best way to serve you. I do go very fast sometimes. Okay. So in wands, wands are meant for action, actionable sequences, passion, fire. Fire is the element. So when you have wands, think of a staff, something that is steadfast, that helps you to support yourself, that is an actionable member of your support. And in that, the fire, the passion that you have, the igniter, that allows you to understand the Mars energy behind the fire that's there and the expansion as you move through the sequence of wands. Something to note about most of the wands that are presented is that they grow. Most of the wands, if they are represented in staffs, okay, they will get bigger leaves and different things like that. Those are little connotations that you can look at. Wands are about action, all about action. It's about being able to look at how you want to present yourself to the public, right? Think of the fire signs, Leo, think of Sagittarius. So it's about accuracy, right? It's about truth. Yeah, you have a burning desire. Get it? So it's about manifestation. And it's about connection. It's about connection to your holy fire. So it's about spirituality as well. The color red is associated to it. It's also going to pertain to your integrity. It will be your activation as well. And it's an element that you already possess, and that's why you can connect so easily. Study fire. Fire is cleansing. It's rejuvenative. It's warmth. It's heat. It's volatile. It's sexy. And it's dangerous. Potent. And that's fire. Fire is wands. Now let's turn to the next one. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. And then wands are also autumn, the fall, the harvest. So when you read those, if you were to read those and get a hit that somebody needed a time frame, all right, and you got a card that was in the section of the wands, depending on how close or far away it was, you'd be able to kind of say in a ballpark way, it looks like it would be about this frame of time, okay? Because the cards will reveal to you if somebody has a curiosity. You have to let them. When you limit them and you say, oh, you can't do that, or oh, I've never heard of that, that's bullshit. It's all accessible, okay? Allow that, okay? It'll benefit you. Okay, so I think that's enough about wands. What I'd like for you to do with that particular page is, if you didn't go all the way down the page, as you come into an understanding, continue to journal on that page, because on the back of the page you can continue, and then that way you deepen your understanding and your dictionary of what that means to you. Okay, all right, so now let's move into the next season, which is going to be swords. That's going to be winter, obviously, right? Swords is mental. The elements for this are metal, spirit, air. That'll fuck your head. So, metal, spirit, air. Air is the tangible, the physical aspect of the three. Metal is your mental acuity, your intellect, your intelligence. Spirit is your belief, your essence. Razor sharp swords, razor sharp, double-edged. Swords are all about duality. And they're all about the mind, the nebulous mind, your psyche. So when you're looking at swords, you're looking into the way that somebody thinks or where they have themselves placed in a situation in their mind. Their subconscious might be part of it. And so as it's represented, you may see a reflection or a trigger that's coming up for them that they're resistant to because it's their mind. Okay. Swords are relationship. They are polarity. They're the subject matter of your thought processes. They teach you fear. They teach you circumstance. They teach you wit, sharpness, quickness, focus. So that's going to be in technology. That's going to be in working like in a lot of technology fields, also in AI. That's what they keep saying. In AI is pretty comfortable in this realm because it's a place where thought processes are merely happening. And that's what swords is like. All right. Swords is a happening. There's also motivation behind it because pain is the other side of the equal part, right? So as you read the sword, know that there's two sides to what you're reading. And it might be swords are read in their direction as well, as is all of the suits. And swords is contemplation, timing, universal consciousness, existential theory, quantum mechanics, and energy. Just in general, energy. And that's what you'll find with swords in that winter, right? Where you're not in your body so much because it's too cold. So now you're in your mind, right? All right. And then from there, let's move to the next, which would be spring. And this is going to be cups, right? Oh, wait.
Pentacles.
Pentacles. Yes. Because we're planting in the spring. We're planting into the earth. This is earth. Pentacles are earth. And they could be represented as coins or discs, different things like that. For you, Purvi, your deck that is It's a Radley Valentine and Doreen Virtue. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is just Radley.
Oh, it's just Radley on that
Yeah.
one. That's fine. Perfectly fine. So there will be a flip in your deck from the 8 strength and the 11 justice to where the 8 becomes the meaning of 11 and the 11 becomes the meaning of 8. All right. And we'll go over that for you, but we'll study it in our sequence because it's usually that. Okay. But that is a sequence in Thoth. So Thoth decks have that particular sequence. Okay. All right. And then for you, the autumn is going to be that rust red color.
Okay.
Okay. And the sword color is going to be blue.
Okay.
All right. I know the deck. That's why. Good, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's 2 more colors, like a green and another one, right? There's purple, but the purple are the major arcana.
Okay.
Okay. And those are the ones with the numbers at the big top.
Yes.
Okay. And then you also have another color. What's the other color?
There's green, rust, blue. Like a turquoise. It's light blue.
That's
This one?
water. So that's going to be summer. And the other one, the green, is going to be pentacles for you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. And so this is just their play on how they put the deck together.
Absolutely.
You like that?
I do.
I didn't see the deck, but I'm like, it's turquoise.
Mhm. Good, right? I love the shared energy. This is such good space. This is a lot of fun. Yes. Yes, because everybody will get it. They'll be like, oh, yeah, yeah, that's it. So it's cool. All right. So now we're moving into the springtime. It's thawing, right?
With pinnacles.
Pentacles. Yes, absolutely, girlfriend. This is a time for manifesting. So what we're going to do is we're going to plant seeds. All right. This is home and hearth. That's what the basis is of this particular card. It's deep into the earth. It's nurturing. It cultivates. It curates. It feeds. It takes care of. Okay. It has compassion. It builds houses. It provides. It's tangible. This is the card of the tangible in the deck. The physical sense. This particular suit is ruled by Venus. All right. And Mars rules wands. They're telling me this. Okay. And then is Mercury. And the arcana is Jupiter and Neptune at the same time. Well, it's a lot of them. We won't even go into that. They're like, too fast, too far.
Yeah.
Mark
They're
one.
like, not there yet.
Okay, thank you.
Swords are ruled by
Swords, Mercury.
Mercury.
Yes. That would be the energy that you would read it from. All right. Very fast, moves very fast. Messages, lots of messages. Okay. So far, what you've learned is that you've covered action, thought, and the physical. Do you see how this works? Okay. So we're going to go into the physical now. You ready? Okay. What's that? Yeah, it's pentacles. All right. So now you start to think about how you're connected to your physical aspect, the tangible aspect. So even through the action that you created and the thought that followed it, or the thought of the action, you're now moving into the physical aspect of your life. Okay. So all these situations are physical situations. They're things that are tangible. This is stubborn energy. Okay. This is stubborn energy. This is like, I'm going to stay here energy. That's what Pentacles is like. It's like, oh, no, I'm going to do this. Okay. And it tells you that there's decisions to make. It tells you that you need to have faith. It tells you when to give. It tells you when to receive. It tells you when to work. It tells you when to believe. It tells you when to move. It tells you when you're going in the right direction. It tells you when you're almost done. And it tells you not to get too comfortable. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. So this is a very communicative suit. It's going to tell you about your physical senses in relationship to you, how you feel about them, those situations. Now you're moving into the understanding. I can feel all your energy moving into an understanding right now. So here's another understanding. This is where the 12 universal laws are applied into the tangible, to where you can see oneness tangibly, to where all that is presents itself to you. That's where you're at right now. You're in oneness. That means you're in association and agreement and alignment with who you are. And you're being authentic so you can accept everything else. It's a very tangible space, and it is a connection to earth and spirit. This particular suit connects you as above, so below, because you're bringing above into the tangible. This is the carrying aspect of the physical. It speaks to you through earth energy. So each pentacle does house all of the elements in essence, yet earth is its anchor. So it flourishes. This is the I have aspect of the suits. Okay. And now we're going to move into summer, where the water is.
What signs are associated with Pentacles?
What signs?
Astrological.
Venus
Just
with pentacles. Well, this is what we're using for this.
well,
Right. And Venus is for Earth. Do you understand that?
mhm.
Right. Venus is for Earth. Mercury would be for air. Mars would be for fire. Got it? Because they're asking you to come through in a certain way. Okay. Now we're moving into cups, which is summer. That's going to be water. Now this is going to be your sensational awareness. Do you understand? Your sensational awareness. Drop into that energy, that feeling energy of your body. Sensory, intuitive, connective, heart reading. Oh my goodness. Hate this life energy. When we all connect in there and we got dirt that we don't want to, and there's no rug to sweep it under, that's never going to be comfortable, and that's perfectly okay. It's okay not to be comfortable. It's okay not to be happy. It's okay to be whoever you are, wherever you're at, whenever you fucking want to. All right. The idea is to do it for yourself. Okay? That's the most empowering way to be. When you're in a situation, you'll ask yourself several questions. One of the questions that you'll ask yourself is, if I express this, will it benefit the situation? Will it benefit the individual I'm talking to? Will it benefit me hearing it repeatedly when I'm done? Because you're going to be talking to your ass. Okay? Now, this is emotional intelligence. That's what you're practicing in those moments. You're practicing about how you think you would feel were you to really have this experience. So you're still in your imagination. Do you see what I mean? So the idea is to bring that situation into a feeling, and you do that through choice. So cups represent gratitude, appreciation, joy, freedom, frivolity, fun, anger, betrayal, all the emotional spectrum, the feelies, all of it. Okay? And it's all very representational. And it's not all love or romance. It isn't that. Cups is about choices. It's about how you're choosing through your heart brain these choices, and understanding that you're taking in information energetically through this heart brain that actually exists. You're creating a cognitive aspect of thought within your heart brain and re-sending a signal out of expression. So it is an intuitive process. You're using your sensory awareness to create an understanding in your life. This is flow. This is ebb and flow. This is tidal. And this would be maybe a little bit more feminine energy. All right. And since this is total spectrum energy, right, we're going to throw relationships in here. All right. And again, just write the word duality, behavior. Just write spiritual principles. That's a good bracket right there. Okay. All right. So far, that's pretty tidy right there. Let's see. It's expression, creativity, it's creation energy. It is your sacral connection to producing and reproducing things, the story of you. It's where your story is born. All those shifts you had earlier, see, they paid off, right? Worthwhile, right? Okay, because how you feel in connection to you and in correspondence to you is how you're going to relate to you in your thought processes and emotions. And you'll do it through expression to others, but also to self. And then it's nicer to have a good story going on about yourself and then treating other people good, right? That's easier. It's an easier thing, it takes a lot of energy to be otherwise. So we're good for the water. Summertime, and the living's easy. What's that?
What's the planet that brings this?
It's not Neptune. This is going to be Pluto. Yeah, Pluto. Pluto is depth. Pluto is depth. Okay. Well, Pluto rules Scorpio, just to let you know. And it is a water planet. It is a very deep, it represents all space, right? So when it comes to you and it is with you, all right, if it's with your sign, it's going to start undoing your shoelaces, and it's going to start undoing your earbobs and taking your hair down. It's going to try to undo your spine. It's going to try to, find out why you're operating the way you're operating. Okay. And you're going to have to look to see like why all that stuff is the way that it is. And how you survive that is that you begin acceptance right off, and you go, oh, okay, yeah, I made that choice. I don't have to make that choice again. But it is going to be 16 years, okay? Because that's how long the transit is for that particular planet inside of Aquarius. Now, keep in mind that because Aquarius is more general air energy, all right, that it's going to become very tangible for you because it's asking for you to find out what you really want. What do you really want out of life in this day and age? Because that's what Aquarius represents, this day and age. Okay. So it's going to be a question of you being able to release the old story and paradigm of who you were. And that's what this process is going to provide you. Releasing that and letting go of that, but recognizing it for what it was worth and allowing it to be what it is and holding that still sacred because it was you all along. That is the basis of tarot, letting you know that it's okay to be you. All right. Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Take the scary out of it.
But it wasn't really scary. Like, I've actually been doing that with shit that happens. I'm like, all right, that's just, I'm going to move forward.
Yeah, we have a choice how we want to show up. And that's about it. It's not bad. It's just, that's just
what it is.
Well, yes. Okay. Whew, here we go. All right. So we have water. Water feels comfortable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, what I would like to do is, what is the next section?
Players.
Players. Oh my. Okay, yes. Okay. So on the first page, because I only gave you 16 pages, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And on the, or did I give you, what I give you?
16 pages, 14.
4, 4, and 4. And then the first one is one of those pages, right? Okay. On the upper right hand, okay, you're going to write wands. All right. Do you get it? And then you'll count 4 pages. Okay. And then the next one you're going to write is swords. And then you'll count 4 pages. And the next one that you write after swords is going to be, there you go, pentacles. Good job. Okay. And then you'll count 4 pages. You'll close your cycle with cups. Now, this is how I'm choosing to teach the class and read this information. You can use them any way you would like. I like to designate my deck and how I'm going to understand it so that as it behaves, we're in interaction rather than in trying to figure each other out. Okay? All right. Okay.
What was after wands?
Wands, and then it is swords. And then after swords, you're ready for the next one? Is going to be pentacles. And then after pentacles, you ready for the last one? 4 pages. And that one will be cups. All right. Ready? Okay, so I think that we have the book set up pretty well, and you know about the major arcana. All right, so now we're going to get into the decks. Okay, you can close your book for right now and let it percolate. You have an idea of how the class is going to run. Very structured in your mind right now. That's why I choose to do it this way. So you know that you'll be able to flip through and that there's a repetition. You just learned there's a repetition. The repetition is that the minor arcana, the lower suit, right? It also has the same different suits as the trump cards or characters. Okay, so now you know that they're going to correlate with all of the attributes that you wrote down. And then you can kind of see how they play and how they work. All right. We're not going to go over astrology tonight with cards. We won't do color. Okay. We might introduce some of that later. But tonight we're going to focus on mostly walking through the meanings of each of the cards. Okay. Now, because you're going to be doing the journaling at home every day for the major arcana, you'll be needing to get into communication with your deck. So take out the deck that you feel most drawn to. All right. And what I want you to do is I want you to fan the deck out like this, so that way the pictures face you. Okay. All right. It doesn't matter what order they're in yet. We'll do that in a little bit. But I want you to fan it out to where you feel as though you have access to all that it is. Okay. Do you see what I mean? Okay. And it doesn't mean that you can't hold it in one hand and do it. All right. It just means all that is. You're going to take this deck and you're going to place it against your heart chakra like this. That's what you're going to do. Okay. You're going to put it against your heart chakra like that. Okay. All right. And as soon as you do, close your eyes. Close your eyes. And we're going to pull the energy in. All right. Okay. Okay, here we go. We're going to pull the energy in of your authentic self, your higher self, and your experiential self. We're going to blend the three of those together. We're going to build an Akashic record behind you. It's going to have all that is accessible to you. You'll be able to access it through experience. It may seem as though it is a tree of life or a large, vast library. It will have golden hues and scrolls and all kinds of writings. And you yourself will be able to access any of that information at any given time through the greater benefit of yourself and others. And you're going to make an agreement with your deck right now. And you'll speak the words that I speak after, okay? So we'll start, and here's what I'd like for you to say. I come into connection with my deck, and I allow it to reveal the truths that are better known through love, harmony, and compassion. I open myself to the understanding of self so that I may better heal and help others do the same. And so it is. Okay, now you can pull the deck away. All right. Place the deck face up in front of you. And then we're just going to do this little activation right here. Okay. I'm at 58. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I want you just to kind of ease into your chair, close your eyes, and I'll probably start it over once I get like the volume that I want. Okay. And I'm going to kind of walk you through some prompts. That's good. I think that we started at a good space. That's good. Okay. Gently close your eyes. And allow the world to fall away outside. Feel yourself pulling your energy into your inner world. You're filled with curiosity and excitement and understanding. You are the information. The story of the fool is such to let you know that there's beginning, sequence, and end. It is a cycle, a circular, never ending, never beginning cycle. The tarot is a story of your spiritual prowess, the ebb, the flow, the high, the low. It is all of that, and it is you. In your progress, you'll begin to understand how you're represented in each evolution of the cards as you pull them. Your understanding comes from your DNA and your connection. Who you are and all that is. This activation will clear all of your chakras and align you. The story of the fool begins with an unefforted journey where you have ease and comfort and a shit ton of ignorance. Let's face it, anyone who wants to step off the precipice with a dog has no care. And then you land in the magician. The magician is the one who gets given all the keys to the kingdom and doesn't know how to do shit. Yet in that recognition and realization, you come to the understanding that you still have the keys. In that dawning realization, you move into your spiritual prowess. Come, priestess. She is curious about her spirituality. She's curious about how to practice it. She doesn't have all the answers, but she knows that in the darkness, she will find the illumination. With that, she discovers her divine feminine and moves into the Empress. That divine feminine energy of harvest, of birth, of rebirth, that sacral, juicy energy of all that is. The portal, the continuum. And now you need the structure. So you move into the Emperor. The Emperor is the foundation builder. You're creating and sorting, and creating and sorting your belief systems. And from there, you move into the Hierophant. The Hierophant is faith. It is your belief system that you've built your foundation from. It is everything that you are and everything you believe yourself not to be. It is conflict and contrast and ease and acceptance. Then, when you've mastered those 5 spiritual lessons, you're ready to move into the Lover's card. Duality, relationship, universal law. Now that you're in that solution, it's time to get into the Chariot because you have places to go. You just moved from where you were in the solution, so it's time for you to get the fuck down the road. So you move into the Chariot and you're all ready to go. You're coming from a great place. The heavens have opened up for you. You have all the accoutrements. And you just don't have to give up. That's it. Don't give up. We move into the 8. The 8 is going to be a sign of strength. And this is the next evolution of the magician. You've mastered your equipment. You've mastered the fire, the earth, the water, the air. You have an understanding how all of that works. And in that beautiful figure 8, that infinity signature, that lemniscate, there is no beginning or end, and it's very representative of actions you take in the duration of who you are. Now that you've expressed all that wonderful energy outward, it's time to regress and go inward and become the hermit. Winter is once again upon you, but now you're a little grown. You're getting to know what your spiritual beliefs are, who you are, the illumination of you, the analysis of you. And from there, you need ease. You need to believe that things are destined or fated, because now you're going into outward understandings. So you go into the wheel of fortune, a good luck stroke. You are in exactly the space you're supposed to be. And from there into justice, and justice is a master card of 11, 2 pillars of equal harmony and balance that you'll learn. And from there, you move into the Hanged Man, where you are still studying yourself and waiting to become, coming into the understanding that it is not doing, yet it is being you. And transformation enters the picture, the card of death. And as it comes in, change is once again upon you. Patience, temperance. Temper yourself. You're going through the fire. You'll be tempted. And it'll be very representational of the material world, of your relationship to self. And from there, everything will fall to pieces, where you will be ejected from the tower that crumbles, the old self, the old paradigm, what you thought, only to rise up yet again into the star card of understanding and connection, that you are enough, that all you want is possible. That moves you into Moon. Moon is where you go into your deepest Pluto aspect finding out who you are, only to come out rejuvenated, like a child on the horse of transformation in the sunlight. The sun is shining brightly upon you. And now it's called action. Time for you to move into what you're meant to do. And then you're in completion. That beautiful ease and understanding that you have sacred yourself in this beautiful spiritual journey that will cycle again and again, again and again. Not because you haven't learned it, but because you are part of it. Always part of it. We're going to install cycle time into your decks. You'll have greater understanding of sacred geometry and how patterns play out. The ease and comfort you seek is inside and internal. You will dial into that focus for the next 30 days, and it will bring you that which you decide is most pertinent and desired. This will be a time of flourish and manifestation, a time of understanding and compassion. You are always more than enough, and we will let you finish with the music. Oh, I'm almost done. Sorry. I was trying to check it. Oh, sorry. Pull all that back in. There you go. Gently settling into your body. There we go. Yay. Okay. There. So as you guys are landing, you're all pixelated, right? Y'all got the story. What a trip, huh? You're like, oh wow, I know the story. Okay, so it's very relatable. All right. So let's go over like aces. All right. So aces are going to be beginnings, new beginnings. That's going to be your first card in each suit. All right. Oh well, let's do the connection with the deck in this way as well. I want you to sort your deck. Okay. I'll tell you how long you'll have. Okay. We are at 8:36. So I will give you until 9 p.m. Okay. And how you're going to sort it. All right. And if you get done sooner, right on. Okay. But you're going to do ace through king, basically, in each of the suits. And then you're going to set the major arcana from 1 to 22. Okay. And if you need help on me, coming and showing you how to do it, I'll do that. Okay. I'll help you sort your suits and everything. Okay. Well, yeah, right? Because, yeah, we do. Therapeutic, huh? Yeah, it is.
He just you should know.
Is everybody pretty good with their cards so far? Oh, Lord, look what I'm doing. Don't look. Don't.
Okay. I think I figured that, but I'm not sure. Yes.
Okay.
I don't have any.
Oh, they do. What they do is they have, see up here?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a 4. Okay. No. This is when you see it like this, okay? Yeah, this is a 4. So this is going to be in the wands, a 4 of wands. Okay? That's going to be all of the Roman writing, Roman numeral writing is going to show you its major arcana. Okay. So do you recall how to do that? How that works? Like what the sequence is? Okay, so it looks like this. So the first thing is going to be eyes. Those are going to be your number ones, okay? And so here's your number 2. See, here's a 2, okay? This is going to be a 10. This is going to be a 5, okay? So you have 1s, 5s, and 10s. So this is a 10 and a 5, so that's going to be beyond this. You have a 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8. See, it's going to be before that. And then you have a double 10, that's probably closer to the end, okay? And then this one's definitely at the end. See, this is 21, okay? So there you go. So these two are the very end cards, so you're good. And then this one, okay, this one's the tower, that's probably right after this one, see?
Yeah.
Okay? And then the next one you have, that's a 9 because you minus on the left, okay? So that's 10 minus 1, so that's 9. That's going to be like right here before that, okay? And then that one's going to be a trump card, correct? That's a 7. So you have your 8 right here. Your 7 right there. And that's going to be the sun card. So this is going to be 19. It's going to be before, it's going to be here before the 20. Okay, so 19. Okay. So let's see. So this is 19. Yes, that's 17. That's gonna be right there. Mm-hmm. That one's going to be for, because that's 14, 14, 15. Okay, that's going to be an ace. Ace of cups. No worries. Wait. All right, that's going to be your Dark Night Soul card, which is going to be right after the Star card. Okay, that's the Emperor, so that goes right before the Hierophant. That's going to be the Fool. That's who starts the journey, so it's going to be at the beginning. And this is going to be 11, so it's going to be right after your Wheel of Fortune. And that's going to be the Lover's card. That's a 6. Okay, so it's going to be right after your Fate card. Magician is going to be up, so 1, 2. Okay. This is 3. Yes, that's 3. That's going to go for her. Okay. Now you're just kind of looking and see where. See, here's X1, so you have X2 right there, so that's going to go right there. Okay. And that's going to be X3, right? Okay. Now you look, see if you have all your major arcana. So you have 0, 1, 2, 3. Then remember the -1, so that's 5, so that's 4. And 5, and a +1, so that's 6, 7, 8. And then this is a -1. That's okay. This is -1. This should I learned in 4th grade. And when I learned Major Arcana Tarot, I was like, oh, hey, look how handy that is. Yeah, right. Nobody told me I would have. I learned it in summer school over a horse man. Okay, so the stuff I've learned. Anyway, okay, so this is an X -1, so this will be a 9. This is going to be a 10. This will be an 11. See how, like on the left side, you take away, and on the right side. Okay. This one's an add. See how 12, 11, and this is a 12. Okay, 12, 13. It's going to be -1. See how it happens. So 10 plus 4 is 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This is at 19. Okay, and then 20, and then 21. See, you're good to go. Got it? All right, you're welcome. Now go ahead and set these ace to king. Okay. That's why I gave everybody so much time, because I know how long it takes to sort the deck. But if we do them together, then you guys it'll be easier.
We're done, right?
I think it's time to change it.
So, okay.
And I'm not sure. I got these in numbers, but
Those are your top cards. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll teach you. Well, what you're gonna do is ace 2. Hold on. Okay.
So your pen is X, and then one is it's 2 lines. Ten plus 3 lines is going to be 14.
Oh, I haven't sorted all my cards. Where the hell are all my cards? I don't know where they are. Okay. I'll be down in a second. Yeah, there you are. Okay. that's 14, and then the death card will come up.
18,
And the second.
19, 20, 21. Yes.
Because I have extra cards in my deck, but I won't read those extra cards for you guys. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that would be maybe confusing. You guys have a pretty good, does it feel pretty comfortable so far? Or does it feel overwhelming?
Oh, it's good. Good pace. That's good.
Okay.
We're doing more divination. I just wanted to
Right about now, everybody should start releasing. Yes,
You
yes.
do?
All right.
Four cups.
Oh, see, we actually, this one didn't come up. Right. I have the other book for that one. Maybe should I start with the other? It's, you're making your own book. Okay, done. Okay, you're making your own book. Because it's gonna matter how you view it. It's gonna matter how you view it. Not necessarily how somebody else views it and tells you what it means, right? That's their interpretation, and what you're doing is you're creating your own connection and interpretation to the reasons that you're reading it and how you read it. That gives you, I don't know, it gives you a easier time of it, I think. So I think I have my major account.
Whoa. I think this might not be complete.
I know, I'm going, maybe I should do the other one. You usually aren't, it's usually a sorting thing, so don't worry about it. And what this exercise does is it gets you very familiar with your deck, okay? Now, once you sort your major arcana, I would like for you to sort your minor arcana and include the trump cards in them, okay? So you're going to start with the ace, and we're going to start with wands, and then we'll do swords, and then we'll do pentacles, and then we'll do cups, okay? So the wands, you're going to do ace to king, all right? And now king, it's going to go king, queen, prince or princess or page, okay? Knight, princess or page, sorry. Love that, really good for you.
It's king first or knight first?
Okay, so you know how you have jack, queen, king in a regular card mounting sort of situation? What this one is you're going to have 4 trumps, 4 players. And those 4 players are going to, okay, don't sort her deck. Right. Don't sort her deck.
Already.
Okay. Let her sort her deck. She has to, this is a total energetic aspect. Okay. It's okay. You didn't know. I didn't tell anybody, hey, don't touch that. You're fine. Okay. All right. So it's the way that sequence goes, it's a 3-part sequence, but in tarot, there's 4. All right. So the first person is going to be the messenger or the page. All right. And that's probably a knight. I'll help you. I'll help you. Okay. So you just, as long as you have them, I'll help you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the first one's going to be a page or a knight. Oh wait, a page or a messenger. All right. That's what it'll tell you. All right. And then the next one is going to be a knight. All right. And then the next one is going to be a queen. And then the following one is going to be the king. Yours might have prince or princess.
It does have queen and king.
Yes, yes. Prince or princess instead of page or messenger.
And they come.
Oh, no, it does have page, knight.
Oh, it has
Queen and
page?
king,
Oh,
yeah.
so it has page. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Do
All
they
right.
go before the one or?
And then the ace.
Okay, so you're asking me a question underneath everything else. So when you ask me the question, what is it pertaining to? So it
Putting
goes
them in
underneath.
order.
When you're putting them in order, we're going to go ace on top and then into the upper sequence.
So these.
Okay, so when you look at these, right? When you look at these, you're going to look for the youngest one. Who's the youngest one out? There you go. That's going to be your messenger. That's going to be your page. That's going to be that. And then you're going to look for somebody who looks like they're actionable, correct? And that's going to be your knight. And then you look for the lady, and then you look for the man. Perfect. Okay. Very good understanding. Okay. And that's cups. Perfect. Okay. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Good job.
This is the one I couldn't find.
Okay,
I
so
wasn't
let's go ahead and
sure.
let's
Oh,
look.
this okay.
Okay,
This makes
so you
sense.
can see, yeah, now it makes better
Okay.
sense, right? Okay, you got it? Okay, and then you got another one? Okay. All right, so he looks like a king, she looks like, and he looks like he's like probably a messenger, right? Okay, there we go. Better?
Wow, it hit me.
Right?
Like
Isn't that
it's a
nice?
brain.
That's why when you're doing it, it's super important that you're doing it. So this is the ace, this is the ace, yeah. So this will be that one. Okay.
And then
Perfect. Okay, and then you want to put it underneath that one, right? Those four underneath at the bottom.
oh,
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then
I
put
got
it
so
underneath. There you go.
excited.
Perfect. I know. because
So
you
what
had all
happened
sorted.
here?
Woo! Hey, you know what you're doing here?
So I think I got it from here.
It's in this one.
Correct.
And now right here.
How many
where is
seconds
it?
is it?
Okay, here.
This place
So now here.
Okay.
Yay.
It's so promising. It's one. Right? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Great job.
And I'm missing a part.
And you're missing a card?
I am
You are?
my my eight of swords.
Well, we're just going to keep going through it, so it'll be fine.
That's fine. That's so weird.
Well, maybe you're not. Well,
Maybe it's in there.
a lot of times they get stuck together.
Maybe it's at home.
Oh, you think so? Have you been playing with them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I dropped the deck on the floor and I thought I picked them all up, so hopefully there's one at home. Because I'm missing the king of wands.
A king of wands?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all right. However you guys feel is going to be comfortable. Okay. And you could still take notes on it if you like. And do brief notes for yourself so that way it's not things that stand out that I say in regard to it, that's going to have meaning to you. And everything that I say will not apply. All right. So really dial in to you and the reflection of you in these aspects. Okay. Right here. You.
No, this one died on me.
It doesn't usually take this long. I'm only kidding. It always takes this long. Just so you know, it always fucking takes this long. And you're always gonna be like, oh my god. I laugh about it now. I used to be like really stressed out about it. Like, oh my gosh, this takes up so much of the class time. I don't know if it's like right. I think it'd be better if, I don't know, trying to restructure it in my head, knowing that I still have to do it. That's the ticket right there, right? Six or seven. Kind of cups. Really?
Oh, I did that too.
I found my eight.
Thanks. Was it back?
It was another deck.
Yeah,
And
it
another-
usually, yeah, and that's why they're usually there. They're usually there. Not always, usually. Two. Seven. Does anybody need help with their sorting? Or are you guys pretty good? Pretty good. Do you need some help, Veronica?
Yeah.
So you feel like you have all of them, or you think you're still missing the one?
Just missing
Okay.
Oh. And these are these? These are these. These are
Yeah, I have at least 30 of them. I just like them because they're pretty.
Page and then
That's the ace.
But I don't think you have these.
The ace. Ace is the beginning. Ace of swords. What are your swords?
These are the sorts right here.
This goes at the beginning. So ace goes
This
to
is
the end. And then at
What's
the
that?
end of ace, so it goes like this. Ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now you use a page. Okay, and that's the swords, right? Okay, so page, and then you want the knights. Okay, and then the queen. And then
Some of them call it. Some of them
it's got it.
Yeah, this is it right
I
here.
have.
Okay, you want to help you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do this one for you.
I have to just inject.
So we have to- Okay, I'll go ahead and sort these for you if you want. Is that okay?
I think that
That is it.
like antique one or antique and they have like
Okay. They're mostly right. You're good. Okay.
Too many. I usually get rid of it. And I could be there and stuff. And it's just
And I like to redo to make sure. So
it's the
ace, 2, 3, 4, 5,
It's
6,
the same.
7,
I'm looking at
8,
pictures.
9, 10.
There's distance.
You're just missing this This one. This one. Yes. These are good, right? You're missing a,
I've seen
King of Wands. Okay, King of Wands.
In our size, it's really bold. Yeah, state sale.
Wow.
There's a lot of extra parts.
I don't think this is the same size. I don't know if this will work. Probably not. Well, we'll just do without the gentleman. Okay. A lot of information that you guys are sorting right now. When you go through the cards, they start to align in certain ways. It's like, oh, I wonder what that means. And they have these curiosities. So you're starting to put your energy into the deck, and now the deck is starting to be is to create reciprocity with you, giving you the opportunity to learn more about yourself, if you will, but also to learn more about how it is you want to look at yourself. Right? You're in charge, and so it's not subjective. Not subjective. It's very okay. It's very. I don't want to be moving. Okay, I'll push it now. Big black screen staring at you, man. It's like, oh. Thank you. Oh, you're just the best little girl right here. Get off me. Yes, ma'am. Okay. She goes, no one's sitting on me tonight. I go, don't even trip. Okay, does anybody need to stretch or everybody is good? Do you need water? Any other? Okay. This is the part that goes extremely fast. Okay. And I'm going to use prompts, and we're going to start with the major arcana, the story of your life. Okay. And that way you have like a understanding. I can mostly give you the astrology. Let me see if they have it on all of them. Yes. Of course they do. Okay. So I can give you the astrology on the major arcana. Okay. All right. So
Do we need to write down?
I think that you're probably going to write it down. Now we're going to start with the Fool and keep the deck next to you so that way as you look at this part of the deck and you turn it over, it'll start making sense to you. Okay. All right. So this is the card of disruption. Yes, dear. I did not do that. Hello, we are back. This is the card of disruption. Its planet is Uranus. Okay. It is the Fool. So it is the beginning of the journey where you have the least amount of knowledge, the least amount of baggage, but you're willing to try anything once. Please note that on most of the cards, there is some sort of illumination. So it might be like a sun, it might be like the color yellow, it might be like a rainbow. See how this one has like, it just has clouds opening up. See how there's darkness around it, but there's illumination. Okay. So in this one, this is going to be a little bit different. But you can also tell that this one has like a little magic in it, right? Because you need a little magic in every beginning of a journey. Plus, this is a 0. Okay. It doesn't make you null. It means that you are whole. Okay. All right. So you would think to yourself, well, what kind of journey did I embark on that would be representative of this? And that's how you would channel this particular journaling prompt for yourself, okay? All right. The next one is going to be the magician. Okay. Do you want more of a story with the Fool, or do you understand that? I feel that you guys actually have a pretty good understanding of this. A what? A new beginning. It's a new beginning. Keep in mind that what you're doing right now is you're going through spiritual lessons. These are things that you cannot change. All right? You cannot change. You will go through these. So when these show up, this is what is happening in your life. This is what is happening. It is this and nothing more. So when a major arcana shows up, that means that you're in the middle of a spiritual lesson, and these are the nuances of that particular lesson. So that means that there's probably newness, all right, for this particular journey. And that the Fool, right, you may not have all the information, but you have that willingness to go ahead and depart and start that journey. And it might be an idea that you're willing to move forward on. And you're like, okay, great. But none of us have all of the information when we start anything. Okay. And we have a cockeyed way of looking at it because we've probably convinced ourselves that this is a bright idea. And whether it is or not, we find out because we create situations along the way before we can receive it. Okay. And those are the, you could tell that on this one, this guy is standing very precarious on a ball. Okay. So he's on a ball. He's not even, right. And that's to show that he's precarious. He is not centered. He's not in that moment. And it's reflected in my press piece. I was getting ready to step off the end right there, the very edge. Right. And so when you look at it, it makes better sense, right? Okay, so it's a planet of disruption and distortion. So everything is kind of distorted to you. You have a truth, but you haven't learned more truth. So you're going to learn more truth in this journey, this spiritual journey. And that is the beginning with the Fool, okay? All right, and then you move into the Magician. And the Magician is a wonderful card. It's ruled by, the Fool is Uranus. Okay, I gave it up. The Magician is ruled by Mercury. Okay.
Continue on the same page from the page.
Turn another page. Yeah, you're going to just do that at the very beginning and then go all the way to the next page. Okay, so wait, no. Don't write on the back of that page.
Okay.
Skip a whole page. Yes, because you're going to journal how that is reflected of you. Okay. You'll pick what you're going to do is you'll pick something that's happened in your life that represents that. And you're going to journal about like how it affected you. Like what were the things that you went through, different nuances of that particular spiritual lesson, because what you're trying to do is not have that lesson again. Right? So you want to put it in writing that you've already had this so that you can recognize it when it shows up. And that's basically why you put it in writing. Good, right? It doesn't mean that it won't show up. It means that when it does, you're very aware of it. Now you know how to traverse it. You're learning maybe more ways to do it. But now you know that you have it, that you've been through it before. You could do it again. It's no problem. And it isn't because you've done something to activate it. It's because maybe it's a nuance that's helping you out with another lesson that you're learning, right? And you need this little bit of acceptance in this way. And that's what our spirituality is. It's change, constant change, okay? So in the Magician is given all the elements at once. Every element at once and in its full bounty. So when you look at that card, you could see that maybe there's, like in the Rider-Waite, there's boughs of heavens and all that beautiful filigree from the top that just drapes down, right? And you can see that he's in red robes and he's just very colorful and he has like a lemniscape, that infinity sign about him, above him or below him or wherever it is on the card, okay? He's been given swords, so he has wisdom, right? He has that intellect. He's been given cups, so he has that emotional, intuitive balance. He's been given wands, so he knows what actions to take. And he's been given, what's the other? Pentacles, so he has enough operational value in the tangible. All right. And he's all about communication and thought. Communication and thought. He is the presence of alchemy. Now, how would that relate to you, right? So you would look at it as how you were maybe given something that kind of overwhelmed you that you asked for, and then how'd you work through that? What tools did you use, right? And since you have a dictionary already that tells you what water is, what was your emotional aspect and your acuity, because all four elements are present in this card. So you need to look at all four elements. What was your emotional stability? What was your mental acuity? What was your action? And what was the result? Okay. This is a very result-oriented card when you get it. And usually when you get this particular card, you are being given the keys to the kingdom, is what I like to look at it as. You're being given a gift and it isn't open yet. You have to learn about this gift. But you're in a really good space, okay? And communication is usually open from the heavens with this particular card. Okay. Now, go to the next page. And we're going to do the priestess. Okay. And do you have enough pages in your book? Probably not. I'll give you another book. That's why I got so many books. I want to show you something, okay?
I bet.
You guys will be like,
feeling.
you'll be like, what?
I like
Okay.
it.
So these are my, and it's not all of them. This isn't all of them. This isn't all of them.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
My drawer.
It's not all of them.
That's for
This is not all of them yet. Okay. All right. And the reason is because I'll grab another book and I'll go and I'll sit in somebody else's tarot class. And I'll do that because I love other perceptions, because, you know, I have my own and I'm still going to interpret it how I want to, but I'm going to go over there and I'm going to see how they do it. So that way I can go, oh, hey, you know, I really like that. Oh, I hadn't thought about it looking like that, because it opens you up to more interpretation. So there's no finite way that you can only read the tarot. All right. Okay. Good deal. Okay. So just let me know when you're ready for your next book. Okay. Let's see, where are we at? I put it over there. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the priestess is going to be the moon card. All right. And the moon is like, if you were to work with goddess energy, all right, goddess energy would be the way to go. So when the priestess shows up, you're looking at the dark side of the divine feminine energy. It's very powerful spiritual energy. All right. And in the priestess, it doesn't have all the answers, yet it knows itself to be true. The priestess also is a very young version of the justice card. She is sitting between the pillars, Joab and Boaz. That's the J and B that you might find in the Rider-Waite deck.
I wonder what that meant.
You
What are they? What is that?
can look that up. It's for the Cabal.
Cabal.
What did you say they were again? I'm sorry.
Young version.
Joab and Boaz. They might even be serpents. Anyway, you can go ahead and look them up. It's a way for you to enhance. Go ahead.
It's the young version of
The justice card, right? Okay, so this is the seeker. So this would be like, when did your spiritual journey start? Like, what did that even look like to you? All right. And it would be like when you thought you knew everything, when you first found out about something. So it could be that moment, right? And then you can see the nuances of how it keeps circling back to you, and you learn more and you learn more and you learn more. It's not because you didn't learn in the first place, it's because you're expanding. All right. So the priestess is your divine feminine, expanding, ebb and flow, correspondence, another application of the 12 universal laws. Okay. And she is coming into her oneness and her understanding. And in that divine feminine, she's ready to birth. Okay, so we're going to, because she's gathering information, she's the seeker. All right. And then we're going to move into, so skip a page. All right. And the next one will be the Empress. And the Empress is,
What pages?
The
Huh?
magician
I
book
got the
one.
pages.
okay. You want to choose another book? Not the same one? Sure. So happy now, you'll be great.
Up to the magician, I guess. You said skip a page, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What I mean by skip a page is don't write on the back of the page that you started
Okay.
at. And then sometimes the story may be longer when you're journaling because you'll get into it. And what happens is that you start to heal and you make that connection. Then that way, when you read to somebody, you don't get that hit and you're not saying, oh, well, I'm coming from a wounded place, and so I would never do that shit again. We don't want to read that way.
Okay.
Okay? Is that good? Okay. Questions?
No, I'm just
Oh, you
gonna
need
put
it? Yeah. Go right
Is that
ahead.
it?
Well, there's other ones too. Do you want one that's the same? I don't know if we have any
I don't
available.
think you have the thing. Oh my God.
Oh, she all happy.
Yeah, I thought it was only, I thought it was the
I
only
think
one.
that
This is good, this is good. Okay.
I think that you have the single one.
The green one?
Yes.
Mhm.
I think that all we have is camouflage now. Okay.
I'll make it work.
What was the planet
That's
for the
cool.
magician?
What's that?
What was the planet for the magician again?
Mercury. Okay, so depending on how deep it is that you want to really get into different things, if you start to look up the planets, you can begin to see the structures of the houses, which would be the zodiac signs reflected. So when you have the moon, all right, the moon is going to be Cancer, right? And then you have like maybe the sun, that's going to be Leo, all right? And then if you have like, we had Mercury. Mercury is going to be represented in two different zodiac signs. It's going to be represented in Virgo, which is an earth sign, and Gemini, which is an air sign. And then you have Venus, all right, and she'll be represented in earth, where, like in Taurus, she'll be Taurus, all right, but she'll also be Libra energy, which is air energy. And so they're kind of interactive in that way, all right? So when you come to the different planets, they're also speaking about how the behavior holds them. So the ruler of the planet, the planet is the ruler of the house. So it's like dad coming home, basically. And then the house has a behavior. It's like you coming into Body Studio. So Body Studio is going to have a behavior, and then you're going to have your own archetypal action and personality. And you'll act within your substance inside of that particular house. And that's how that works. Okay. Does that make better sense? Good. A lot of nuances to this. All right. So now we're coming to the Empress. The Empress is Venus. All right. Now you see that she's duality. You see that, right? She's earth and air, just like Mercury is earth and air, or air and earth, I would say. That would be the sequence. Now, earth, remember birthing into being, right? That's going to be the Empress energy. That's going to be that divine feminine because you're working with that, but now you want to bring it into the tangible, right? In order to do that, you need to be able to land it in a cultivating way, a nurturing way, a creation way. So this is going to have like a lot of harvesting energy, rebirth, birth energy, right? When did you feel born again? When did you feel rejuvenated into like, oh, I get me, right? When did those aha moments happen that you were allowing yourself to be authentically connected to your sensory awareness? Because that's what the Empress is. She is your sensory awareness. You're coming out of your intuitive awareness, which is connected to your sensory awareness. Your sensory awareness is more tangible than your intuition. Your intuition is represented of the priestess, whereas your sensory awareness is represented of the Empress. First aspect of your tangible self coming into view. When did you go, hey, shit, man, I don't think I want to do that anymore. I think I want something else. And then what'd you do? That'd be your story. Does that make sense? All right. Okay, everybody caught up so far? Is that pretty good? Ready to skip a page? Okay. All right. Now we're going to move into the Emperor. The Emperor, because now you need to move into action. And the Emperor, because that's going to be fire energy. It's going to be Aries. Aries is ruled by Mars. That's all action, doing, making, structure, foundation. And in order for you to land this spiritual belief of creation that you're trying to bring into the tangible that you want to harvest, you have to have a structure to land it in. All right? So your divine masculine is your doing aspect, your action, right? When were you called upon to have to gather everything and provide for everybody, right? To where it was like you that had to do that. All right. And what kind of structure did you put in place for yourself? Where can you see yourself in that structure? Where you had to take like the reins and really drive where it was that you were going, where you needed to be. And that's going to be that story for you. Okay. An emperor, while being about structure, is also about motivation. Your why. Because Aries is about I am. So it's a very stated expression. I am this. I am that I am, right? Okay. And now skip a page. We're going to move into the Faith card or the Hierophant. All right. So the Hierophant is faith. Do you need a book?
No, mine says unity.
Unity. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. Unity, but see, you'll see why.
Okay.
So the Hierophant, depending on what deck it is that you have, is very represented as the religious aspect. Yet that is your faith aspect, is what it actually is. And it's how you come into unification with the God of your understanding. That's why it's unity. It's how you are in response and rapport with your belief system. Do you have enough faith to carry you through? Is this something that you believe that you can do? Different things like that. So what acts of faith did you need to express during those periods of transformation, right? And yeah, I want you to go ahead and journal that because that's super powerful, because you will know that since you are here, that those acts of faith were purposeful and powerful. You did it.
What acts of faith do you need to express during your periods of transformation?
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, and so you're going to look for a trying time that is tangible, because this particular card is represented by Taurus, which is ruled by Venus. So it's Earth again. All right, so you're being brought back to Earth. All right.
Trying time that is, I'm sorry, what?
What's up, it?
Trying time that is what?
A trying time where you had to exercise faith in order to get through periods of transformation. Yes. You guys are funny. Shut the fuck up. It says my exact words. That's funny, but it didn't start out that way, and then it decided to. So it was something about a cup, and then it said the fuck up. That's it. That's a good program. But when I watched it change, I almost lost my water. Okay, so now the Hierophant is also represented as the Pope. So it's going to be organized religion as well. So that's going to be organized dogma and belief systems. So when this card shows up, it's going to have a lot of contrast in it. Like a shit ton of contrast, because your beliefs are being challenged. Okay? All right. Good deal. Okay, you guys ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. The next one is going to be the Lover's card. The Lover's card is represented Gemini. Gemini is going to be Mercury, so that's going to be a lot of communication. That's why the Lover's card is intimacy and relationship and duality. That's exactly what that card is. So when you have the Lover's card, it's about relationship to self, the divine masculine and feminine, what your aspirations are, how you're in representation to yourself, for yourself and for others. Sixes are about healing. Okay. The 0 that we started with for the Fool was the wholeness that you start with, until you start to chip away at that wholeness, because you're finding out that there's more to life. So the 1 for the Magician is going to be initiate energy, beginning. All right. The 2 is going to be the duality, the decision, things like that. Okay. And then the 3 is going to be more divine energy. That's how 3s work. 3s are teaching, learning energy. 4s are foundational building. 5s are your understanding that there is a contrast and that you're moving into a belief system to allow it. 6s are that duality, relationship, and intimacy. Okay. They're also codependents. All right. The Lover's card is about codependence. How are you codependent on others? And where could you help yourself maybe be more codependent with yourself? Right? How could you support yourself the way that you support others? And it isn't all about having someone do something for you. It's about you saying you're important enough to do something for you. That's really what it comes down to. This particular card is about relationship to self, internally and externally. It's about conversation, intimate conversation. So this is going to dive into the duality of your belief system. It's going to show you both sides. Remember, it's represented by Gemini. So it's going to have two faces at the very least. It's going to be fast. It'll be hot and cold, right? So this is this sort of energy. All right. So now that you've mastered that energy, we're going to let go of that one. And we're going to move into the Chariot. The Chariot is represented by Cancer. Cancer is ruled by the moon. All right. So this is going to be a very watery card, right? So this is going to be a very emotional card. I love to say that this card reminds me of a well-oiled machine at a stop sign. Like it's raring to go and it's ready and it's got all this stuff and it is not going anywhere. It is absolutely not going anywhere. It's got a lot of movement, but it's going around in circles basically. And because sixes represent solution as well, okay? When you move into solution and then you learn that aspect, okay? Then you move into action, but you're still releasing those emotions. You're letting go of those emotions that you worked through in your duality, in your relationship to self. So you have to process those things. So you have to get the buy-in with yourself. You have to give yourself permission. It's okay to move forward. It's okay to make a decision to move forward. I'm coming from a good place. I have enough stuff that's going to help me out. It's time for me to really dig in. All right. So this is a determination card. It's almost a decision card. All right. So where did you find yourself emotionally prevented from moving forward? And how did you work through that to motivate yourself or get yourself out of that rut and move forward? That's called the buy-in. That's what this card is about, the buy-in. Okay? All right. Now this is where your deck is probably going to differ. Okay? Yes, because we're moving into the 8. And the 8 is probably going to be justice for you. Is that correct? Okay. So put the 8 and the 11, switch the 8 and the 11 around. Okay. And then you can put them back in their sequence. But now you'll know, I'll just read them the way I have them. And then you can put them back. And so you can put them in your pages the way that you would like. Does that make sense? So you're going to skip to 11 right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Because the 11 is your 8.
Okay.
All right. And then when we get to the 11, you'll move to your 8 because they're inverted.
Okay.
All right. Just for descriptive purposes.
Yes.
And how they put the deck together, like the Toth deck. Most decks follow the Rider-Waite format. And the Morgan Greer kind of plays a little bit of both, right? And then the Toth deck is from Aleister Crowley, okay? And so that's his, and then the other one is Hermetics and Golden Dawn, and those are the predominant decks, all right? So for your deck, for the 8, all right, that's going to be represented in the 11. Now for yours, you're also going to use numerics, and the 11 is a master number. So you're using a master number in a way to where the duality is present, but also because it is strength, it's going to be represented as a lemniscape anyway. All right. So this particular card, the strength card, is ruled by Leo, okay, or governed by Leo, and ruled by the sun. So this is your illumination card, total illumination, to where you can see the divine feminine in the spiritual accent, in the spiritual action. You can see the divine masculine, to where neither of them are the same. They're not coming from the same place. So there's duality in the card, right? And so as you look at the card, you're kind of getting the connotation that there is a taming or a humbling that quite possibly is happening. And that takes great strength to recognize that you need to learn something. All right. So for this particular card in this journal prompt, what I would suggest is maybe asking yourself, where you were resistant to change because it felt like it was too hard, and what did you do to pull yourself through it? Like, what decisions did you make to come to the other side of it? All right. You want to exemplify the strength it took to move into the action for it to change. This is a very deep card. It is reflective of your belief system and your actionable state, as both male and female energies are present. All right. And it's also very illuminate. It's like a lot of illumination. Okay. It's a connection to your psychic aspect as well as your physical aspect. Okay. Good so far? Okay. So we're ready to go to the Hermit. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Great. This is going to be Virgo. Now remember, Virgo is going to be Mercury as well. So there's a lot of communication, and this is going to be physical communication. So there's going to be a lot of analysis, a lot of data, a lot of collecting, right? So when you look at a card, this is an internal card. You're working internally with this particular card when it comes up. It's gray. So now you're learning that there's duality to it, but you're learning to jump into the center of the pole of the polarity for the subject, rather than anchoring into, I have to fix this, or everything is wonderful. Okay. But you're right in the middle. It's where you can truly assess and observe where you're at. This allows you to sort through the spiritual energy that you've gathered, all of the information. So this is a hibernation card. This is about, when did you have to go inside into your inner world? What did it feel like when you first started your shadow work, right? What did that feel like? How did you get there? What did you learn? Where did it bring you? And there's always like a little light there, even in the darkness, right? And what that means is that nothing is cut and dry. All right. And this is your willingness to move into acceptance of all that is. And we can only eat the banquet of spirituality that we're able to, one bite at a time. All right. So go easy. It's a big banquet. Okay, ready to do the next?
What planet did you say for this one?
What's that?
What planet did you say for
This one's going to be, well, the sign is going to be Virgo and the planet is going to be Mercury. Okay. All right. Cool. So the next contestant on the Price is Right. This is going to be the wheel. This is the Wheel of Fortune. All right. Now, I love this wheel. This wheel is always a good luck card. It's always a good luck, good fortune. Fate has smiled upon you. Destiny is arriving at your doorstep to deliver what it is you so desire. It's always that for me. But it's also a turn of the wheel. All right. It's your turn in the barrel at the same time. So even though, as luck would have it, all right, you're still learning something. You're still learning something and you're only halfway through your process. But this is your reprieve. This is your breath. This is where you can reassess where you're at, right? And so this would be like when you were in the throes of something that you were going through. What brought you ease and comfort? What let you know that things were going to work out? Okay. This particular card is ruled by Jupiter, the planet of higher consciousness and expansion. And that's what I'm talking about when I say a turn in the barrel. All right. Just when you think you have it all sewed up, something's going to come along and bring you into. It's okay to push me, but because I was moving around the wrong way. I moved away from them. I don't care. So for this, I'm just going to hold on now. So for this, what is available? This particular card is the World card, not grown up. All right. So it's going to have the 4 fixed signs in application. The 4 fixed signs are Leo, Taurus, Aquarius, and Scorpio. Okay, those are the fixed signs that are in the corner, that are in the corners. They represent all of the elements. So all of the elements are present. That's what they represent. So Taurus would be earth, Aquarius would be air, Scorpio would be water, and Leo would be fire. Okay? Now, these are not the grown-up versions of those. This is just a hint of that energy coming into fruition for you. So it's showing you that once again, from the magician, you're getting into a more manageable space with this energy. It's a 1 amplified, right? 10. So it's a 1 amplified. A 0 amplifies a numeric for numerology. So 1 is initiate energy. So yet again, here you are starting again, but with more knowledge and more application. So it might be time for like a restructure. That might be what's going on there. And it might also be telling you that you can solidify your plans, that you're going in the right direction, and that this is a reprieve. Like I said, like you're in a really good spot. Okay. Okay. It's also a foundation card, just to let you know, because you have all 4 elements. So you're building another, yet again, foundation. Okay. And it's not set in stone. This is the fun part about this card, is that it's movable. All right. Okay. All right. So now we're moving into the Justice card. And for you, that'll be the Strength card, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, this particular card is ruled by Libra. Libra is the sign, and then Libra is ruled by Venus. So you have air and earth. All right. This one is like where you want to find balance and harmony. And this is usually contracts. This is usually rental agreements, formal contracts, different things like that. Soul contracts, for this, I would not read to. I would not read to this. This is physical.
Okay.
So this is going to be substantial. This is an agreement that you have with somebody, or this is an agreement you need to have with somebody. All right. You need to come to some sort of physical agreement in some sort of way. Now, if you get this card and you get the Tower card, it's safe to say that that person's probably moving. See what I mean? Because they're getting kicked out of their house and they're coming into some kind of agreement physically and intangible. So those are easy reads. basically. All right. Got it? So Libra is about balance, but Libra is also about being fair and even and in harmony. And higher thought. And observation. So when have you seen an injustice that you had to stand by or felt that you had to stand by and watch occur, right? Where you felt powerless, right? Because those are the contracts of self, right? And that's what you work through with this particular card is the balance of you. Okay. You can switch your cards back now. Okay. And now we're moving into the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man is usually upside down. And he usually has like a glow about the head, the cranium, all right? Or he has light in that area, all right? For me, my illumination looks like this, all right? To where he's pulling in light, okay?
That looks nice.
All right? And so that's how this one looks, okay? So now for this, you can also see that this is Neptune, all right? And Neptune is your mind. That is Neptune. It's androgynous. It's your psyche. It's your third eye. It's your view of all that is. It's your observation. It's how you articulate your experience through thought. It is the energy of which dreams are made of. It's the flow of visions of inspiration. It is the tickle me fancy, oh, you shouldn't want that energy of life. All right? So it is the light and the darkness of your subconscious and conscious mind. And it encapsulates all of your belief system, this particular card. All right. So when somebody gets this, they're heavy in their spirituality, usually. Okay. And they're being told to just hang out, just wait it out. It's going to be all right. You're going into a transformation process, and action is not necessary at this time. So when do you feel that you needed to kind of sit and stew in the middle of your process because you could feel the train coming for you, right? Right? Okay. So this is the mechanics of that. That's what this card is in representation to, okay? Now the next card is going to be, you ready?
What was the question again? When did you what?
When did you feel like change was imminent that you had to sit still for and sit through? That you could, it was just there, right? When was that? That would be a good prompt. You're welcome. Now, everybody's favorite card, the Death card. The Death card can mean death. I want you to be very comfortable with that. It can mean physical death, moving from physical to non-physical. It usually is not that. It usually is not that. It is a transformational card. This card is going to have many different representations, but if you're reading from the Rider-Waite deck, you're going to have 4 players present. The first player that we'll look at is going to be the Hierophant in the card. All right, the spiritual aspect, the organized dogma and religion, right? And he moves into supplication, like, I will pray you out of my way. Okay. And then you see the woman. The woman is the queen, right? She's the empress. All right. And what is she doing? What is she doing? She's like this. Say it isn't so. So she is representing denial.
I've never paid attention to all 4 of them. I
never really seen her.
The pillars that are in that are the same pillars in the Dark Night of the Souls for the Moon card. So you'll see all of the patterning is throughout the story. Okay? All right. So now you have the king who's just laying there. He just gave the fuck up. He just gave up. That emperor, he just said, oh, fuck it, I'm done. And then you have that little child right there, right? Saying, change, I love change. Open arms. That is the same child that rides that same steed in the Sun card. All right? The willingness to change brings you into the Sun. Isn't that great? All right. So now you're seeing like, ooh, okay, so who's represented in the next card? Oh, right. Okay. Good card. So death is always transformation, and it's going to be representational of all that is. Okay. 13 is a great number. 1 is an initiate number. 3 is about learning, and you add them together, it's a 4. So you're building a foundation. That is the transformational change right there. Okay.
Is there a journal question?
So,
I'm going to too.
Okay.
like both of them were different. Like the previous one was awakening, and this one is release. That's fine. I wrote release and death, and I understand what you were explaining, but I don't have the 4 pillars that you were just explaining.
In yours, you don't, but that's fine. That's fine. Okay. And you're probably going to have different representations, and because you use color in yours, it'll probably be color. So you're looking for the elements, right? So the elements will be represented.
Okay.
So you have color, so you have red, orange, yellow, green, so those change. All right, so it just shows you that there's a transition happening. Plus, we're using an angel, all right, to show you that it's coming in from the heaven, right? So, okay, that's a lot of them. Huh? What's that one say about?
The end of a phase or situation, spiritual transformation, time to move on.
Death. Okay, all right. So, because it's usually a shift from the paradigm of what is that you're acknowledging, that you're letting go of, that you're moving into a new paradigm, a new belief system, a new way of being, new lifestyle, whatever. And when you're moving into that new practice, you're letting go of things that are familiar, right? And so you're releasing different things, and it's a process. So that's why that's so poignant. And then we're going to move into temperance. You guys ready for that one?
What is the question?
Oh, the question, the journal prompt. Thank you so much. Oh, the journal. Oh, yes. What was the deepest observation of transformation to date that you've been through? They don't want much, huh? Oh, yeah. And it's ruled by Scorpio. Did I tell you that?
No.
Scorpio.
Observation.
Scorpio, the deepest observation of your spiritual transformation to date. Like, how deeply do you think you've changed, and where?
The deepest transformation.
Yeah, that you could note, that you could really see inside of yourself. Yes, this is the best one.
With Scorpio, what's the planet again?
Scorpio, oh, Pluto. And Uranus, but we're not doing Uranus on this one. We're just going to go with Pluto for right now. Okay. Okay. Thank you for keeping me honest. Okay, ready? All right. Okay, temperance. Temperance is going to be Sag energy. So that's going to be fiery energy, right?
Mine is balance. Temperance, you said?
Yes, temperance. And so what did you say?
Balance.
Correct. Okay, so you know when you have steel and you heat it and then you beat it and then you temper it in a fire.
Right.
All right. So this is why this is like that. Okay. So what you're doing is you're honing your skills into that. All right. And in order for a blade to be honed correctly, all right, or hewn correctly, all right, it has to be balanced. It has to have equal parts of duality. So this one is going to be about tempering your experience in the way that you communicate it to yourself. And by tempering it, you're working with the storytelling aspect of your current circumstances. All right. So when you get this card, there's many, many nuances to this particular card. There's water, effortless flow of water. Okay. The heavens are represented. And you're trying to tap into the patience of this card. All right. This card is an external knowing of circumstances that will affect you internally.
Say it again.
Right. This is an external understanding of what's going on or outside of you that you know will affect you internally. It's like your triggers and learning how to work through it. So that would be a good journal prompt. So I would say with this journal prompt, I would say something like, where have I managed to practice my growth without transferring the energy of the healing to others, right? Where have I really managed to see myself, hold myself in a way of understanding that allows me to accept and become more of who I truly am? That's the embodiment of this card. All right. Truth. We're almost done with these. Okay.
Where have I managed to grow without transferring the feeling to others? Something along those lines.
That was it, exactly. And the connotation is that we haven't transferred the trigger charge to anybody else. We've just sat in the charge of the trigger and managed to hold ourselves in love. Correct. Okay, now we move into the devil. All right. So devil card, what is yours saying for the devil card?
It says ego.
Ego. Perfecto. So the devil card is the grown-up version of the lover's card. And this is how you've developed all of your platitudes and how you change yourself in. You've chained yourself into your material world. It is a representation of how you look at yourself in duality, right? So the female is chained and the male is chained in this particular one. Mine is caged, all right? And that means that you're confined and you're in limitation, but money is at hand because it's a pentacle. All right? What are you holding on to that is preventing you from letting your hands become full with what you want? So there's some aspect of release that needs to happen in order for you to receive. And this is always a money card. It's always a money card. And it usually is an abundance of money. And the abundance of money could be spent in addiction because you're chained to a material aspect of some kind. Or it could be a representation of money coming to you because you are in your purpose. Do you see what I mean? So there's a lot of duality to this because, again, it's going to be a relationship card. So that's going to provide you those 12 universal laws of oneness and duality again. It's going to let you see both sides of the coin to confuse the heck out of you. What that does when you can see both sides is it allows you to become more the observer. So if you can allow yourself to understand that that's what you're becoming, it allows you to pull your energy out of the throes of maybe a highly charged situation. This card is represented by the House of Capricorn. And it is ruled by Saturn. This is masculine energy of action. It is pentacle. Remember, I said it is physical. All right. So this is like a fire under your butt to change something or come into alignment with something you pulled in. That's what this is. All right. Capricorn is all about structure. It's a grown-up version of Earth. So it's looking for a way to harness whatever it is that you pulled in. You just have to decide how you want to do it. This is a decision card. It is a make or break card sometimes, to where maybe you're reading to somebody and they have family members that are in their addiction. All right. How do you read to them? Right? How do you say, oh, it looks like maybe you have, like you could pull this card and you could pull a page and you can say, oh, how are your kids doing? Okay, because a page is representative like kids. Okay, so you can say, how are your kids doing? Because it would alert you. All right. And then they say, oh, well, not so. Okay, I can see that they're having a little trouble letting go of material things. Are they addicted to games? Is it like this? Blah, blah, blah. See what I mean? It could be really simple. I came from a really hard background, so it's probably not heroin. See what I mean? All right. Okay. So when you look at this, this is also a representation of everything that you find decadent and overindulgent. Right? So it would be like that old cliche, money is the root of all evil. All right? And depending on, whatever your relationship to money is, this is what you're going to work through because this is the card about that. So now you got to write about your relationship to money. Okay? All right. So that's your prompt. Write about your relationship to money. That's a good one.
You had said, what are you holding on to that you can what? What are you holding on to that you can
let go? Because, yes, what are you holding on to? What you can let go? Because this is very represented in obsessive compulsive practices, in therapies that you're inserting instead of other practices that are still addictive, right? So let's say you're not drinking every night to oblivion, but now you're crocheting until 3 o'clock in the morning. You see what I mean?
Changing one out for the other.
Exactly. So you want to see like where you're harnessing things that are detrimental to you and where you can allow yourself to maybe free that up. Okay. And then this is like your relationship to money. I just can't explain it any better. This is like how you feel about it and how you feel your worth is. This is a worth card, right? This is a worth card. It's a big card because you're structuring yourself in the fire of it, right? Yeah. Okay, you guys are good with that one? Okay, and now we're going to go to the tower. The tower. Oh, like Malibu is having a tower moment, right? Everybody's like, yep. Okay, this is Mars. So it's Mars energy. So it's a lot of fire in action. A tower moment is when everything falls to pieces.
Mine says life experience.
Right. When everything falls to pieces.
Very nice.
Okay. All right. And it's usually an awareness that you see it happen right before your eyes. You are a witness to your own life experience in that moment, and you are watching it crumble right before you. Kind of like how we feel with society right now, right? We're watching it crumble right before us. Like old truths aren't holding water anymore. So we're just kind of watching it go like this. And that is a tower moment. So those paradigm shifts that you're experiencing now, I would like for you to maybe express some of those that you've had in the past. All right. And that would be like, oh yeah, I remember that I had to, okay, I'll give you one mine. All right. I remember that we had to move out of our place in Orange, and it was very difficult. It was super difficult, but we saw it coming the whole time, but it was like inevitable. Like we couldn't change the trajectory of it because of the situation that had presented itself. And so we just had to follow it through. And by the end of the day, we ended up being able to rectify it to where like it all worked out. We didn't stay there. All right. We actually moved from there, but then it was like it was a closing of one door and opening of another. And that's basically what a tower moment is. It is a very abrupt change from where you were that you can still see. So abrupt 3-6 months. Okay. And it's going to feel abrupt because it's going to be a major shift. It's not going to be a small change. Okay. And Mars is action. So that's it's probably going to involve people and places and things of which you have no control. Welcome to the club. Okay.
And it depends on other
So-
things, right?
Go ahead. What'd you
Towers
say?
in a circle.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What'd you say else?
Opens another door, did you say?
Yeah, it opens another door. So even though, because it's not a vacuum, the universe isn't a vacuum. So when something closes, something else opens because that's the law of correspondence. Exactly. So even though this opportunity shut itself off, another one is going to present itself. You just have to watch for it. It will always do that because that's what we're asking for. If we weren't asking for that, if we were, oh, I want it just to all be done, well, you probably won't wake up tomorrow. That's fine. It'll all be done for you. You'll be good. I don't really mean that. Okay. All right. So everybody good on the tower and the witness aspect? No, it's not. It's very represented of finality and change. Okay. Yes. And because it comes after the realization of where you're at in the devil card, right? And so now you're going to let go of like whatever it was that you thought that you had, that you thought that it was, or blah, blah. And now, who am I? Right? That moves you right into that Aquarius card, the star. Now you're one mofo mind. Okay? In this, so in a lot of the tarot decks, like especially, well, a lot of the tarot decks, you'll see 7 stars. Okay? And the 7 stars are thought to be active of your chakras. Okay? And in that, that lets you know that you're in connection to your energetic self and your etheric self. So your etheric self, your energetic self is the awareness of your sensory awareness in your physical field and your energy, but also your etheric self, your aura, right? And then like your ambient field out here, the more of you, and how you're connected spiritually. Okay, you're welcome. Now, she usually has like 2 pictures, or she's like, you know, she's just like, she's doing it. She's got 1 foot in the ground, she's got 1 foot in the water. So she's comfortable in both spaces. And she's working in the stars, so she's comfortable there. So your divine feminine in this moment after the tower is restored. Your belief system, your spirituality, everything is right in the world because you're going to lead in this direction. This is like what you're going to look for. This is what will save you, right? Is your belief system. What is your belief system? So that's what you'll be explaining on this particular prompt. All right. Now, Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, the planet of distortion and disruption. So you should have a hard time articulating your belief system. It's natural. It's not something that you like to write down or talk about. You just want to have it.
Distortion and
Disruption. Yeah. Okay. So my astrologer, my friend, my astrologer, she tells me, she goes, well, here's a good way to talk about Uranus and Pluto. I said, okay. She goes, Uranus will walk up to you and see a wound. They have a bandage on and they'll rip the fucking bandage off. And then Pluto will go like, ooh, what's inside? And so that's kind of like how it works. Ever since it, well, Uranus has been in my house for a real long time. Get the hell out. No, I'm only kidding. Anyway, so I just had to. All right. So the star card is also going to be a water card. So it's emotional well-being and emotional intelligence because it's an Aquarian card, right? So it's going to be that higher learning, that higher expansion, that higher thought process, right? And even though you decide how you want to describe the God of your understanding or source energy or how your spirituality is, right? It's yours and it's correct. It is perfect. All right. That's the best part about this card is it's all you. This is your authenticity. This is your authenticity card. Okay. Good.
So
Go
when
ahead.
you have this card in a reading,
Okay.
how do you interpret that?
How would I interpret it?
Mhm.
So if I pulled a card, if I pulled this particular card, it would depend on the person I was sitting with. Okay. I would know that they were in their spiritual understanding. Okay. I would definitely know that. I would know that they were coming into their energetic awareness. I would know that they were opening doors that they didn't, that they had come through something, right? I know that they had come through something and that they were in this contemplation of what God is to them. And that's pretty much what it is. And so, because it leads into the next card, that's why. So it's a bridge between disaster, and it is the construct of the bridge that gets you into self yet again. So knowing that it's a self card, you're going to look at the individual and you're going to see like what kind of aspects are they practicing those spiritual principles that they're being called to practice, or are they resisting those spiritual principles and running amok, right? And so determining that is going to be maybe in the lay of the cards, but it's also going to be in how the person presents themselves and wants what you to know, like what they want you to know, right? But with this connection, here's what's going to happen for you guys when you start reading. If you read for other people, you're going to get intuitive hits like this. The cards are going to be like, yeah, see, this what's up, this what's up. Because that's how I do this. It's just easier that way. I don't like secrets. And if you're asking me to help you, it's easier just to have it all laid out. Just, okay, here we are. All right. Okay, so everybody good on the star card? Okay, great. We're going to move to the moon card. All right. This card is called a lot of different things. One of the things it's called is the Dark Night of the Souls card. The Dark Night of the Soul. When you get this card, you're in deep doo-doo. All right. This is Pisces. So it's Piscean energy. Pisces is the sign, it's a water sign. Okay, so now you know that this is an emotionally charged card. And it's an internal card because it is shrouded in darkness. And the moon is all about your spirituality, which is your inner world and belief system. Now, you found out you had an addiction. All right. And then everything went to hell. And then by God's grace, you survived that shit. Now here you are. You got to find out what brought you there, right? You got to clean that out. So now you're going into your shadow work. And that's basically what this is, your shadow work. What do you need to illuminate from this last experience that's going to help you better understand yourself to move forward and not repeat what you find detrimental? You guys do know you're going to get a copy of this writing, okay? But it's nice to have the prompts and everything like that, but you're still going to get a copy, okay? All right. Okay, so Dark Night of Souls is about, again, your belief system and how you feel in proximity to the God of your understanding. Sometimes when we move into the star card, we might blame God for the outcome that we had and how could you do this to us and blah, blah, blah. And when we're, bless you. And so when you're in that aspect, the idea is to give grace to yourself because you're the one who made the choices. Okay? You made the choices that brought you to where you're at. You might be subjective, but still you aligned yourself somehow to receive those choices. It doesn't make them wrong. It just means you had choices which provide circumstance and experience. Then you get to make more choices. All right, so this is duality at its finest. It is you finding out your deepest capabilities. So let's say you don't really like somebody and they did something that really was not okay. You're going to find out that you're capable of hatred. You're going to find out that you're capable of murder in your mind, right? You're going to find out that you're capable of thinking all kinds of ugly things about somebody that is a loving human being just like you. All right? And you may not like that. You may not like that about yourself. Yet that is the part that you need to integrate to understand. All right? Because that's the part that feels insecure. That's the part that doesn't feel safe. That's the part that feels threatened, unprotected, unloved, unworthy. And so that's what this card is about. It's about looking at you and finding worth, looking at you and finding love, looking at you and finding acceptance. There's just so much. So again, this card all right, is a transformation card of greater depth than the death card. And this is more of a spiritual transformation than a physical transformation. So this will be mostly internal. All right. And when you go through these deep transformational aspects, because the higher you get in the major arcana with whatever the reflection of the spiritual lesson is that you're seeing, the deeper the lesson. All right. Because it's evolutionary. So these pillars are represented in many ways. They're represented in the priestess, in the emperor, in the lovers. Okay? And you'll see the pillars, you'll see the duality throughout the story. Okay? And what it means is that you're going to make a choice to move forward in a focused way. And the focus is going to take you through these gates of transformation. And that's how you read pillars, that you're either coming from a place of transformation or you're going to a place or through a place of transformation. You may notice that there's a little bit of sunshine and that there's a little bit of darkness. All right. That is your key to knowing that you're not horribly bad and you're not, over the top perfect. Well, you are, but you'll find something wrong. And so that's your contrast that you're anchor into. And then, here you are in that fucking wheel again. Okay. So Pisces, keep in mind, Pisces is like this. Pisces is two fish. Fish represent wisdom. So there's great intellect in this. And Pisces is about endings and beginnings. Endings and beginnings. They're last in the zodiac wheel for the Western astrology, but their glyph is two fish. And the two fish swim against each other. They swim like this. Okay? So keep in mind that this is ruled by Neptune, which again is going to be your psyche and your mind and all that space and possibility. And this is probably going to take you into existentialism. This particular spiritual lesson would take you out there to where you would have to go beyond where it is that you know to get to where you could really look back and say, okay, I got all of it now. I feel much better. Okay. So I would say that this is a card of reconciliation. 119. Okay. You're reconciling yourself to yourself. You're coming right with it where you feel comfortable and that you're enough.
Continue.
Okay, great. All right. So this, because there's usually a shroud of darkness to the card. All right. Like usually a shroud of darkness to the card. Okay. That lets you know it's internal.
Is that still the moon?
Uh-huh. So internal. And there will always be illumination because that is your integration. Once you illuminate something about yourself, you don't lose that part. You celebrate that part because now you know more about yourself. It doesn't mean you have to focus in that detriment. It means that you know that lesson. Yay, yippee, fuck that, don't gotta do it no more. I'm all about that. That's the kind of consumerism I want. Yeah, I've done that lesson. Thank you. I don't need that one. I don't need that one. I'm good with that one. Oh, yeah, that one's coming in a little hard. All right. So you guys ready for the next? We're moving to the sun card, okay? So the sun card is itself a sun, right?
And we're gonna write on what we came into your notice.
Oh, for this, okay. So did I give you a writing prompt, didn't I?
What do you need to illuminate to find yourself to not repeat the pattern?
Now remember, you have just done a deep amount of work in the moon card. So you're ready to kind of come out into the sunshine. You're ready for a breath. All right. And this is your reward. So this again is going to be a really good card. All right. It is total illumination. It's you at your finest. This is you in your most authentic self. All right. Now, when the sun comes up in a reading, right? Let's say you're doing the sun card and it comes up in a reading for somebody. It doesn't necessarily mean it's all honky dory. It means that they're in total illumination. That means they know if they have messed up. Okay. And they know what's going on with them. So that means that what you're revealing to them is going to be more conversational. You're going to ask them what's going on. Ooh, wow, looks like great things are happening for you. You want to talk about that? I love to have a conversation when I do a reading. I do cold readings and I can tell you all about yourself, but that's shit you already know. And I like to eliminate what you already know. And so you got to talk about it so you can let go of it. And then that way you don't have that focus. All right. And then you come, you're like, ooh, I didn't know that. I like that. Okay. So the sun card, since it's illumination, it's also going to be fire. So it's also going to be an action card. It's going to be a card of dedication to self. It's going to be the learning curve of holding yourself sacred in the divine masculine and understanding that your inspired action is what you need to do, not just action in general. Action in general is okay, but inspired action is really what you're waiting for this particular card, okay? So what I would like for you to do for this writing prompt is maybe talk about a manifestation that you had been working on that finally came into fruition and what that experience was like. Like, where did you start? How did you think about it? What were the practices that you did? And then what was that beautiful satisfaction that you received when that manifestation came through? All right.
If this is fire, does that mean that it's Mars?
Nope, this is going to be the sun. The sun will be the sun. Mm-hmm. Good question. It does have that fire energy, though. It really does. Because the sun is representative of Leo, right? So it's going to be, so the sun is like, hey, here I am. Oh, okay, good. We're good now. All right. Okay, and that's the sun. So yeah. So if you're pulling that card and somebody's gonna be like, oh, I love to wear yellow too. Because yellow means, look at me. See? No. Okay. So now we're moving into judgment. Dun dun dun. So judgment is a call to action. Now that you're all in illumination and you're so bitching, it's time to get your ass into action. So it's a call to action. Now, in some of these, you're going to notice that maybe it's a crypt. All right. In most of the Rider-Waite, it's a crypt. All right. And it's people coming up that are, it looks like a rapture is what they made it look like. All right. The rapture with the Knights Templar. And so they made it kind of with a lot of religious connotation. Okay. And the reason that she did that, she was a thespian. All right. and she used her thespian background with Shakespearean plays to draw out the deck. That's why it's a story. Okay? Most people don't know that, but that's why. So she is showing you that the Knights Templar were called to action and had to do things that maybe they didn't want to do, but they did it for good reason. So that's your basic. So it's fly your flag, get your action into gear, make sure that you know what you're about, because you just received clarity through the sun. Have a plan. You're almost at the end of completion of this cycle. What is an action that feels inspired, that you are willing to do to culminate, like what it is that you've brought to fruition, to really bring it in? What is that action, right? So this prompt is going to be a little bit different. I want you to look at your life as it is right now. And I want you to choose one area of your life that you know that you need to commit to physical change with. Some area of your life you need to commit to a physical change. Okay? And in this one, I want you to write down the steps that you're taking and implementing and putting into practice on a daily basis to constitute and form and format that change. Okay? I'm leaving it to you to pick whatever it is that you would like to do, but you can feel the import of the spiritual nature of it, and you're already going into the heaviness of it because these are things that you've left undone. And that's what this card is all about. It's about making that right. That's your call to action. Okay? And that's a great prompt for that. By the way, Pluto is the ruler of this card. Wanting to get a deeper view. Okay.
Mine says karma.
What's that?
Mine says karma.
Karma? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Because go ahead. And what
No,
are you
you
going to say? Okay.
Mine says renewal.
Renewal. Yes. Right. Because like now it's time to get back on the treadmill and go. All right. When you go into rebirth or renewal, you hit the ground running. It's very initiate energy. So now it's time to move. And so that's pretty much what this card is about. It's about move, but you need to have right action behind it. And since you receive clarity from the sun and you're in illumination of what your capabilities are, you can really hone your focus into where it is that you would like to be. So if you're reading for somebody and you get this, you can ask them, okay, so what are some of the projects that you're working on? And they'll be like, oh, okay, well, I'm doing this and this and this. And what would you like to change about your life? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. So what is your actionable sequence to process that? And then you have them come up with their own solution. But the card told you where to look. All right? And that's the best. Is that good so far? Okay, we're at completion. Everybody ready?
My maiden name is Templar.
Oh! Right
I
on.
thought that was fun.
That's a fun fact. Thank you very much.
What is the sign? The astrological sign if it's Pluto? The judgment.
That is it. Pluto is the
The planet.
planet.
What's the sign?
Mhm. I will tell you. Hold on. Okay, so Pisces, then it's Aries, Taurus. It would be Taurus, most likely. Maybe Taurian energy. That's what it would be. And then you end with question.
In the dirt.
In the dirt again. Okay. All right, so now we're at completion. All right. Now remember when I told you about the Wheel of Fortune, how it had the fixed signs? If you look at your Rider Waite deck, you'll see all fixed signs in the corners right now. All right. So the eagle is represented by Aquarius. The bull is going to be Taurus. The lion is going to be Leo. And the angel is Aquarius. Did I do Aquarius twice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said the eagle was
Okay, I'm sorry. No, the eagle is Scorpio. Sorry. And
Mine has a deer.
a deer. Okay, there you go. Deer. All right. So those are the fixed signs of the astrological zodiac. Now, this particular card, the sign of completion, is ruled by Saturn. Okay. Saturn is all about structure. It's like,
We're still on judgment.
no, we're on the world card now. Are you okay so far? You got it?
I don't know. Start.
Okay.
She started with completion.
Yeah. It sounded like completion. So the word would be completion. So wherever you wrote completion, from there on, it goes there. Is that good? Okay, great. Okay, so this is like the completion of that particular spiritual cycle. So whatever spiritual lesson you're in, when this card pops up, this card is telling you that you have successfully accessed information and grown spiritually, and you're at the completion of that lesson. Now, remember how the Wheel of Fortune felt like a reprieve? This is the other part of that reprieve. So you go about 10 spiritual lessons, and then you get like a breather, and then you go about 10 spiritual lessons, and you get a breather in a perfect world. But you're usually at about 4 or 5 spiritual lessons at a time. Okay? You're usually at 4 or 5 spiritual lessons at a time. Because as we went through this, you're like, oh, yeah, that's going on. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Okay, great. Now you can see how reflective it is. Yeah, and you can see how it just like it's all over the place. That's why it feels like you never get it done. And that's why it feels like it's always going on. Okay. So for this one, I would like for you to talk about what would be the best sense of satisfaction you could receive from your current set of circumstances you're living. Because this is also a manifesting card, right? You can tell that if you're coming to a completion, it has fixed signs. It's not mutable, so it's not going to change. It's not cardinal, so it's not shifting. This is fixed, right? You have all the elements, so it's another magician card. So just before you jump into the Fool again, right? It's going to be something that you want to kind of nuance and find out about. You want to know what it is that you're completing. Give yourself a pat on the back for it. Okay, did you get the prompt? Did you get the prompt?
Talk about what would be the best sense of satisfaction for the current situation.
Correct.
Is circumstance and situation.
Yeah, beautiful. You get the gist. And you guys are, what you're doing right now is you're connecting the deck and you're connecting the thought processes, okay? And you're living in that journey right now. So now you're all in that journey. With this, is that a banner? Okay, so this is Aquarius. It's an angel. But yes.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm like,
It's usually Uriel. I don't know why, but that's usually who that
I pulled her a lot in my oracle cards like every single day. I had no idea why, besides reading the thing, but I constantly have her, whether it's on the top or I just learn.
I had it said a lion was gonna be.
Okay, you guys ready? Okay, this is going to be a fast-paced part, all right? What I want you to do is we're going to start with wands, and we're going to go ace to 10, all right? And I'm going to go rather fast, and because you'll have a copy of it, you could go ahead and jot them down again for yourself, okay? You can go through and write down whatever it is. First and foremost, all of the minor arcana is situation. So this is like, you have the spiritual lesson. This is like what's going on in the background, the motivation for all the players and everything. This is what they're going through and blah, blah, blah. And then this is their physical situations that they're experiencing. That's what minor arcana is. When we get up to the trump cards are the players in the fabric of this theater, okay? We're going to start with autumn. You're going to write really fast. Don't get upset if you miss something because you have plenty of backup to give to you, okay?
I may not write.
Yeah, you don't have to write anymore. You guys are really connected, right? But if you put your card into the page, right, then you'll know where it goes, but you don't have to, all right? I'm just going to go through them. Should be pretty good. All right. I'm going to say it in such a way that it's going to bridge between the suits as well as the meaning of the numbers. And then you'll pull from the understandings that I gave you of what the suits mean, like the wands and the fire and the passion and all of that. So you'll make up your own dictionary and you'll see how it works, okay? All right, you ready? This is pretty fast. Okay. So the Ace of Wands is initiate energy and action. It's going to always tell you that there's a new beginning and a new action to be taken. All right. And it's going to be situational. So that means there's a situation going on that needs change. All right. And it might be that they're already in change. Maybe they're at the very beginning of a cycle. Maybe they feel this passionate drive or desire to move to a different aspect of themselves or a different experience. That's what this is all about. It's going to bring them to a decision. All right. The Two of Wands is about decision making. It's about choice. It's about understanding that you have choice and that maybe you don't have all the answers, but it's okay. You have permission to make that choice. There's a decision at hand. It doesn't mean that you have to make that decision right away. It also suggests that you probably need a little bit more information, but not to sit and do nothing. This is decision-making time. The third is the 3 in the wands is about travel. It could be about travel, okay? And it's also about learning. So travel and learning kind of go hand in hand. Now, the 3 of Wands means that you are in respect to everything and you're willing to do what's necessary to attain the information. All right. And that means that's your action right there. Okay. The 4 is going to be about here. Sorry, go back to the 1. I'm sorry. Some of them will have them, some of them won't. Most of them won't have them. You can look them up, the ones that don't. They're all fire. Okay. So I'll only give you some of them. Okay. So the second one, the number 2 is Mars and Aries. Okay. And then number 3 is going to be the Sun and Aries. All right. The 4 is about building foundations. The four of Wands is also like a happily ever after card. Okay. It's like the marriage card. That one's going to be Venus and Aries. Okay. Then you have 5s. 5s are about conflict. Remember faith, the faith card in the major arcana? It's about contrast, adversity, but also going into like what you know and having faith, right? So this is about conflict, but understanding that you can pull yourself out of the conflict. It's that recognition, that reconciliation of what is. You're making a decision, you have a lot of information, now you're moving out of the confusion and into solution. You're not in solution yet. So that's what fives are, okay? This one is going to be Saturn and Leo. Saturn and Leo, the Five of Wands, Saturn and Leo. Then we're going to have the Six of Wands. The Six of Wands means that you've moved into solution. Sixes are about solution, okay? Now you've moved into solution. The action that you took you into the solution and the nature of it. You've moved into victory. Your situation is going great, okay? This is going to be Jupiter and Leo. Jupiter and Leo, okay? Now we'll go to the Seven of Wands. The Seven of Wands, remember how we went to the Chariot and the Chariot was about not giving up? Even though you moved into solution and you know that what you have to do, getting yourself to do the work is going to be the gig, all right? That's going to be the gig. So sevens are about follow through. And the Seven of Wands is going to be the action that you take and not fighting the self. Okay? Not fighting the self. And that's Mars, Leo. Mars, Leo. So you could see how Mars and Leo would really want to combat themselves, right? They just like want to butt heads. Okay? Well, the end result for that takes you into the Eight of Wands. Eight of Wands is you're aiming in the right direction and you're gonna land swell. You're in the flow. Okay? And that's what the Eight of Wands is. And the Eight of Wands is Mercury, so it's communication, and it's Sagittarius, it's truth. So it's a true aim and a true delivery. And that's a really good card. I really like those cards. But it's a spiritual card too, so be aware. All right. Now, when you go into the Nine of Wands, the Nine of Wands is going to be the Moon and Sagittarius. The Nine of Wands is like, man, I've done all this freaking work. Why do I want to do any more work? And you get a little stubborn. It's like, oh my God, this is too much. I'm taking all this on. All right. The idea is nines are about completion. Nines are always about completion because you complete everything before you get to the end. You're already over it. You're already done with it. So you're segueing by the time you get to the 10. You're already segueing away from the situation. That's your cleanup. So 10s are cleanup, but 9s are about completion. All right. This is when you got to dig your heels in. This is when you got to really follow through. This is when you really need to do what is being asked of you in this particular situation. 9 of Wands. Okay. But it's going to be dependent on your belief system because the moon is involved. Okay. Now, the 10 of Wands is about transition. You're moving away from the doing aspect. You're finding a reprieve. You're good. You've done a lot of work. Now it's time to like kind of look back to see how you could do it better the next time, right? To see like what actions you took were beneficial, what actions could you do without, that sort of thing. So it's an assessment. This one's going to be Saturn and Sagittarius. Saturn and Sagittarius energy. Now we're going to move into the players of the game. All right. And that's going to be in the back, right? You're going to go to Wands. Okay. So the Page of Wands is about, so pages read like this. They could be children. All right. They could be your children. It's not often that. Okay. It could be somebody's children. It could be somebody younger than the individual you're reading for. And that's a likelihood. It's usually that. Or it could be a message. And it's usually that. Okay. So those are kind of like the three open things about that. Now, how do you tell the difference, right? So here's what I do. I pull an extra card. I always pull an extra card when it comes to the trump cards because the rule that I was given in my tarot mastery was that you can tell the difference. This is a cheat or a hack, however you want to look at it. Okay. But if you pull a trump card, that's one of these archetypes. If you pull this and you pull an additional card, if the card is another trump card, then it is a person. This is a person. Okay? Whereas if you pull a situation card, this becomes a situation with these archetypal behaviors.
So you pull a minor arcana, right?
A minor arcana, right? Okay. It's going to be a situational card with these archetypal behaviors. So there might be a person involved, but really this is more you, situationally you. And so you're either being asked to pull more of this style of archetype practice in, or maybe you're over the top and you need to get rid of some of this. Got it? Okay. Pretty good, huh? It's a very handy way to read. Now, let's say you pull in one of these and a major arcana. It's most likely going to be about the individual themselves. This is a spiritual lesson and archetypal energy that they are working through. I like when I get something like this to take those two cards and set them aside, pull another card for the ones that I vacated and read from there and know that this is their nuance. I know that these are their spiritual actions right now. I know that this is going to shade everything that they do. I just know that that's what that is. Okay? And that's why this is really beneficial that way. Okay? All right. So you got the page of the wands, right? So page is going to be a message about action, about inspiration, about passion, right? And then when you go to the Knight of Wands is going to show a level of immaturity in that particular space. So if you're doing a love reading, or let's say you're doing a business reading and you have a knight that comes up, that means that that is not a mature situation. Okay? It means it's not a mature situation. It doesn't mean that it can't happen. It just means that it's not mature. It hasn't grown up yet. Okay? It means it has to have an incubation period, a cultivation period. Okay? And then from the knight, but the knight is willing to take action. They're willing to do it. So they're going to go ahead and be like your grunt workers. They're going to be their gophers and stuff like that. All right? Now from there, all right, you're going to go into the queen. Now the queen has no authority and all the authority, and she's the one that pulls creation through the portal. Okay? So she's the divine feminine representation in the wand aspect of the Empress. Do you get it? All right. But she's the girl. So she's going to be the female in that aspect. Okay. She's going to be the divine feminine in that aspect of whatever the situation is that you're reading. Now the king. The king has one thing that the others do not have yet. Okay, because remember, the whole thing is evolutionary, and when you're reading it, it's in sequence. It's going to go in succession. It's ascension. Okay, so this king, all right, has motivation. He can motivate others. That's what kings do. They can motivate others. So queens are willing to do the work themselves. Kings are willing to motivate others to do the work for them. Now we're going to move into swords. All right, so Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords is going to be a new beginning. All right, it's going to be a new thought, like new thought processes. That's pretty much what it's going to be. It's going to show you that you have more possibilities than you thought. Okay. When you move into the Two of Swords, for this one, this is only air energy. The aces All of the aces are going to be their element energy. Okay. The 2 of swords is going to be the moon and Libra. The moon and Libra. And the 2 of swords is an exaggerated card where you are telling yourself that it's an emotional situation and you just don't know what to do. You're really overwhelmed. And you know a decision has to be made, but you just can't possibly make this decision because you don't have enough information. But when you look at like some of the cards are going to show this individual poised in front of water, all the rocky waters in back of them. They're clearly on a bench. They're dry. They're blindfolded. And then they have like, they can't see where they're going. So obviously it's going to be uncomfortable, right? And the swords that they have, you can't even see like the ends of the swords. They're so big. So their thoughts are so extreme. And 2s are about duality, remember? Okay. And so they just doubled down with that stuff there. Okay. And then we're going to go to the 3. The 3 of swords. The 3 of swords is a betrayal card. All right. When you get this card, there's a lot of different types of betrayal. 3s are very revealing in the deck. When you get a 3, it's showing you something. Okay? It's teaching you something about the person. So when you get a 3, you're learning an action, an emotion, a thought, or a tangible. Okay? So in this 3 of swords, you're learning that they have a sense of betrayal or maybe backstabbing. Okay? And you're not really sure like where it's coming from. You can look around at the surrounding cards and that could reveal it to you. The 3 of Cups, a celebration cup with 3 individuals, right? Coupled with the 3 of Swords may reveal to you that there is an extra player, okay, an extra player in the scheme of things. Don't assume. I will teach you something very valuable right now. Do not assume that the person is messing around. Assume that there is a third person who is injecting their desire into the relationship. It could be a mother-in-law. It could be a brother. It could be a sister. It could be a friend. Keep that in mind. A coworker. All right. Good one. Good one.
It could be issues at work.
It could be anything. All right. So just knowing that there's a third player. All right. So that means that there's a distortion in the field of that particular energy. All right. A lot of times people will think that the individual is messing around on them because they don't want to face that it's a family member who's trying to, talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I didn't land on anybody. Okay, so anyway, it's usually that, right? So the idea is to give yourself a lot of grace when you get this card and understand that you're trying to create a structure out of thought. Okay? A structure out of thought. Okay, next is going to be the 4. Yes, that one was Saturn and Libra. Now the next planet, the next 4, the 4 of Swords. 4 of Swords is, for me, it's always a meditation card. It means give it a rest. That's what that card is. Give it a rest. Get plugged back into your belief system. Go into higher consciousness. That planetary thing is going to be Jupiter and Libra. Jupiter and Libra. Always note which way the swords are pointed. If you have swords on your card, are they pointed toward the individual? Are they above the individual? Are they below the individual? How are they faced? All right. If they're all faced in the same direction, then you don't have anything holding you up usually, and that's pretty much all steam ahead. If there's like on the 4 of Swords for the Rider-Waite deck, you have one sword that usually is below or with the person who's laying down. Then you have the other 3 swords, and then you'll usually have like a stained glass window. The stained glass window is usually represented the Hierophant again. That's faith. That's going to be a representation of faith because you see stained glass windows in churches. So in that, you can see that he's inside the church, right? Not outside the church. Okay? And so he's resting, he's laying down. So meditation, this is like give it a rest. Your thoughts are overtaking you. You're building a poor foundation with the thought processes that you have. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts? That's what this one would be. All right. Good. Okay. The next one's going to be the 5 of Swords. Remember, 5s are about conflict and contrast and moving into faith. That everything's going to work out. So this 5 of Swords is going to be ruled by Venus and Aquarius. Venus and Aquarius. So now this is Venus in her air capacity of Libra and Aquarius. So now you're in a higher thought process, a deeper loop of contrast, but it is a good observation point if you could back out of it. So usually when you pull this card for somebody or for yourself, it's because you're in the middle of an internal struggle. Okay? And you're looking for a single solution to pull yourself forward with. All right, moving into 6s. Remember, 6s are usually about solution, moving from rough to ease, right? Now, for the 6 of Swords, you can see that the water in the background is maybe choppy and such, and then the water in the front is smoother. And you can see that the masculine energy is the actionable energy, moving you into safety in a boat. And then the divine feminine energy is well protected and she's nurturing and she has a harvest with her, right? So whatever those thought processes were, you were able to move into solution of it, but your work is not done, okay? The next is going to be the 7 of Swords. The 7 of Swords is a dual card. It has a 5 and a 2. So it is a decision and it is deceitful. And the 7 is about not giving up, remember. So now you have a decision to make amidst the contrast. That's what 7s are. Okay? And then that one is going to be the Moon and Aquarius. The Moon and Aquarius. Now the 8 of Swords. The 8 of Swords. Now the 8 of Swords is about the story you're telling yourself. How you're trapped. How you're limited. How you don't know how to move forward. You don't know how to get away from wherever it is that you're at. Okay, that's what the 8 of Swords is about. And in that, when you look at the card, you can see that in the background, there's castles and different things like that. And usually most of the swords are in back of the individual. And they might seem as though they're bound, but they're not bound to where they can't move or get out of it. And so now you know that Swords is telling the story of limitation. And because it's an 8, they're stuck in their capacity of limitation that is the lemniscape. And so it keeps what comes around goes around. It's really hard to get out of the 8s if they're detrimental, if they're not going to be beneficial for you, okay? All right. Now that is ruled by Jupiter, so it's higher consciousness, and Gemini. So, you know, double down on that one. That's what I'm talking about, okay? All right. And then you're going to go ahead and go into the 9 of Swords. Now, remember, 9s are about completion. So you're coming to the completion of your thoughts, right? This is when everything feels like it's coming to an end. You know, Chicken Little is running really hard in your brain. You know, the sky is falling, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. You're like, fuck this, I'll make it through. But, like, you know, you don't really know if you will, and it's okay. This is a lot of very interesting energy, but it's actionable energy. So this is Mars and Gemini. Mars and Gemini. Because you're at the 9, it's time to let go. All right. And then you have the 10. Now, the 10 usually appears as though this person is stabbed in the back, but you're done. That's what the 10 is. You are done. You are done. You are done. You are done. You're done with that thought process. You're done with that situation. You are DONE, done. Done, done, done. Done, done, done. All right. Now, you could see how black it is, right, in the sky if you have like the Rider-Waite deck, okay? And it's just, it can be like really, really dark, okay? But this is a card of illumination, which is so wild. And it is the Sun and Gemini, all right? So that's fire and air, to where you have a little bit of action, okay? And you have that duality of thought that you are coming into understanding of who you are and how you use it. All right. The Page of Swords. All right. The Page of Swords. This is going to be a message that has metal, spirit, air attached to it. So it could be a tangible message. All right. Something that you received, like telephone call or something like that. Okay, this is going to be the sharp, highly witted individual if you have a child or somebody who's younger than you, right? Somebody who's very sharp. Okay. All right. And the messages are always going to be in duality. So they'll have a double-edged sword to them. The Knight is flighty in its excess for how it thinks, yet it's super grown up, yet not mature enough to handle relationship aspects. So the emotional intelligence may not be there. And that comes from Capricorn and Aquarian energy. Okay. All right. No point? No, not in the trumps. So it's just that style of energy. Okay. And then you have the Queen. The Queen of Swords. The Queen of Swords is going to be like a Libra energy. So she is the one, remember, she is the one who's willing to do the work. Okay? So she's going to find the balance and harmony and the system to put in place to make it happen. All right? And then you have the King of Swords, who is going to be highly motivated. He'll be super cerebral. He's going to be, think about the coldness of people who live in their head. Okay? All right. And it's just something that you notice. All right. To where like they don't have feeling or sentiment. All right. That's pretty much what this gentleman would be like. Okay. Now we're into the Ace of Coins.
I'm starting a new one.
Okay. Ace of Coins. It's 11:08 right now.
Wow.
Okay. It's a great body of work. I know how long it takes. That's why I was asking. That's what I was asking.
How's the time?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Ace of Coins. Keep in mind that now we're moving into Earth. So all of this is going to be tangible evidence. What is the material, different things like that. Okay. So Ace of Coins is going to be, or Ace of Pentacles is going to show you that there's new money or new manifestations that are going to drop into your lap. Okay. So that's what the Ace of Pentacles is. New stuff. Okay. And since you already know what the season is, I don't have to go over the seasons, but now you can see how they kind of pepper in, right? Okay. Now the Two of Pentacles is going to be the two in duality and choice. So it's going to feel like you have to manage it like this. And it's going to feel maybe a little heavy on one side sometimes and a little light on the other, but you're going to keep going because this is your decision to move forward. All right. And so you're managing the energy of the manifested. That's what the Two is all about. So it's expansion, which is Jupiter, and it's Capricorn, and that's its designation. Now the three is going to be, the Three of Coins is a teaching. Three of Pentacles. It says coins on my cards. That's why I keep saying coins. So anyway, the Three of Pentacles is a teaching card. It's where You'll have one person kind of elevated teaching two other people that look like they're super knowledgeable and they come from a really rich space. So you have the teacher who isn't dressed quite the same way as the other people, but then you have like the other people who are maybe paying him for the work to do the sculpting or whatever is taking place, but he is the one who is elevated in the situation, right? And so when you look at that, it tells you it doesn't matter where you come from, you too would be someone who could impart wisdom. All right? Tangible wisdom. And that's what this particular card is about. Now the planet is Mars, and the zodiac is Capricorn. And then into the four. The four, now how people read this four is a variety of ways. One of the ways that they read it is that they'll read it like in limitation, okay? And you can read a card any way you would like, but you read the card the same way every time. Got it? And that's your rule. That's the one rule that you have so that way it reads easy for you. If it changes, that's fine because now you're getting intuitive hits and things are happening and it'll shift and then you'll have different meanings, but that's fine. Okay, so the four of coins is the Sun and Capricorn. Remember, fours are about building foundation and structure. Okay. This one is kind of teaching you be frugal, but don't tell yourself you're poor. Be frugal, but don't tell yourself you're poor. Boy, is that a conundrum, right? And so I have some friends that will read this as a go shopping card. Okay. Go shopping for yourself, buy yourself something nice, not too expensive, just something that's going to make you know that you work hard for your money and you're well deserving. So something like that. And so that would be like kind of how you could read that card. Does that make sense? Yeah. But it's situational like that. It doesn't mean that they don't have money. It means that they're just barely starting to really put in like a budget or some kind of structure for that. Okay.
So like
And they need
self-care in a way.
Yeah. And so they need to be, well, this one is more, so self-care would be physical self-care. Yes. This could actually read to that. That would be really nice depending on where the person was at. So yeah, self-care could be a nice way to do that. That's good. I like that. Oh, really great. Thank you. All right. Now we're at the 5. Now remember how you were inside for the 4 of swords. You were inside. Now you're outside with the 5 of pentacles. Okay. Now you have like maybe that stained glass that's there that shows you that you're external of your belief system. So you're in conflict to who you are physically. And that's what the representation is. And you might feel like you're left out in the cold. That planet is Mercury. So messages and the structure of Earth is going to be Taurus. And remember, 5s are about conflict, but also faith. Okay, so this is a situation where maybe they need to be counseled back indoors, right? Maybe where are you directing your money? Is it beneficial to you? How are you feeling about your spirituality? Because Earth is very representational of how we feel about our spirituality. Because, like, if we have 2.5 kids, 2 cars, and each of us has a job and all that good stuff, okay, we must be doing really good. And that's a spiritual belief system that we have set up in our society. And that's not necessarily everybody's belief, but we do have that foundation to where, like, we'll feel that. We'll think, oh, okay, well, I don't have this, but that person has that. And so how do I attain that? And that right there is your conflict. You're creating an expectation of something that isn't. Okay. So that's also what that card is in representation to. Did I give you the planet? Yes, I did. Okay. The next one is going to be the 6 of coins. Remember, 6s are about solution. This is about giving in understanding of your own necessities. Okay? All right. So sixes are about solution. This is the moon and Taurus. And now in some of these, you can see that people are really happy to receive these gifts. All right. And you can see that the person is coming from a really good place because they have riches to give. And you can see the appreciation. So there's a lot of reciprocity in this particular card. All right. And Taurus is the zodiac. So the moon and Taurus. Now we'll go to the 7 of Pentacles. The 7, remember, that's about doing the work. You're starting the work. So it's don't give up, right? But you're starting the work. So do the work, follow through. It's structure, so it's going to be Saturn, and it's also going to be Taurus. And in that, you're going to go into contemplation. Have I done enough? Have I done enough? Hell no, there's more work to do. And that's what this card is. More work to do. All right? Your baskets and coffers are not full yet. Keep moving. All right. Your 8, all right? Your 8 is that you're right on target. Keep doing what you're doing. You're right on target. Keep doing what you're doing. Okay? And that one's going to be the Sun and Virgo. The Sun and Virgo. So basically, it's telling you to let your expression keep going. You're in the right direction. You're aiming in the right direction. Everything is okay. The 9 of Pentacles is going to be Virgo and Venus. Virgo and Venus. This is the one that tells you you're in completion, but there's still work to be done. You're in completion, but there's still work to be done. So in some of the drawings that you'll see, you may see a woman with like a bird, and there's yellow and everything. And in back of her, you'll see like a little garden opening. And that means that she still has to go through yet another transformation. So the work is not quite done, but you're in completion because you're in an understanding. Okay? Yes, this is a great card. Okay. And then the 10 of Pentacles is like that. I always think that 10 Pentacles, when it comes up, it's a money card. It always seems like a money card, like, okay, you're good with money. Money's going to be very abundant for you. But it's also a reminder not to forget the reason that you want the money. All right? And this particular card is that way. When you look at it, you could see that there's like dogs and there's kids and there's people, but they're not paying attention to each other. They're looking at their opulence. They're looking at their riches. They're not looking at their love that they have in the family. They're looking at their physical aspects. And so this is a reminder not to lose sight of why it is that you're working so hard or why it is you want the money to spend. All right? And this is going to be Mercury and Virgo. Mercury and Virgo. What'd you say? Mercury. Yes. And now we'll move to the Page of Coins. So the Page of Coins is usually a message of tangible resource coming toward you. Usually a message of tangible resource coming toward you. Okay? Pentacles. Tangible resources coming toward you. Love that. And then the Knight. The Knight who wants to commit, and he has something to offer, yet it may not be as mature as you would like, but still more steady than the sword guy. All right. He's earth. That's why he's earth. So he's going to be more tangible. So when this guy shows up, you're going to feel more Taurus, Aries energy, more Taurus, Aries energy. Okay. And you know that that's at the beginning of the zodiac wheel. So it's going to be I am and I have. So they're going to be into themselves as well. Okay. That's the level of maturity at that particular space. Then you move into the Queen. She's going to have a lot of Sag energy. The Queen of Pentacles is going to be all about earth and earth blessings. She is the one that pulls that energy through. All right. And then you have the King of Pentacles. Remember, the great motivator, right? And if you pull him in a love reading, he's probably the most stable out of all four of the kings that are offered. All right. Yet the King of Wands is probably going to be the most passionate. All right. And the King of Swords is going to be the most mental. All right. Got it so far?
Wait, what was the last one?
Which one?
You said the wands and then what?
Well, I'm just passionate. Swords is most.
Right. Because you're still going to apply all that you know. So you're going to go back and you're going to say, oh, the king. So the king is going to be very passionate. And then when you look to see what the archetype is, right? It's always going to be the first card that you draw. If you draw a second card, the second card is almost inconsequential. It's only a definition as to how to read this card. Okay. If you want to nuance it and you want to read that card as well, first read this because this is the one that you pulled and why. Okay. All right. Okay. So there's that. Okay. Ace of Cups. Ready? You're almost done. You're almost done. We're at 11:22. Okay, Ace of Cups. That's going to be new beginnings. It's usually joyous blessings. It's usually joyous blessings, all right? Okay. And then, bless you. Bless you. Bless you. You're very welcome. All right. The Two of Cups is again that duality, but it's also joyous union. It usually means that there is love in the air of some kind. Okay? That one is going to be Venus and Cancer. Venus and Cancer. Now, remember, we talked a little bit about the Three of Cups being a very celebratory cup, unless you have adversities surrounding it. But it is a very celebratory cup. Remember, these are all circumstances. So these are all the acts of the theater that you're in, okay? So in this one, there are things that are masquerading inside of there, okay? And there is a little bit of the unknown. So there might be a little frantic energy to this one as well, okay? Now, this will be Mercury and Cancer. Mercury and Cancer. Okay, and now we're going to move to the Four of Cups. The Four of Cups is hands down. The Four and Five of Cups are hands down the petulant, I'm a brat, I don't like this cards, okay, out of the deck. So you have the Four of Cups. The Four of Cups is the Moon and Cancer. So they're in alignment, right? However, this is, I'm not in alignment with anything being offered to me. That's what the Four of Cups is. I am not in alignment with anything being offered to me, and I don't want it. I don't care what you're giving me. It doesn't matter. So you could see that you're building a foundation in resistant emotional energy. Okay? And when you do that, what happens? Well, you move right into dissatisfaction. Okay, so the Five of Cups is going to be dissatisfaction. You're dissatisfied with what's going on. You're dissatisfied because you're telling yourself a story that blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now you know that the Five is about conflict, but you know that you're in dissatisfaction. So you know that change is imminent. that the only way that you're going to be able to change is to choose a different vibrational emotion. Okay? All right. Then the sixes are about solution. Hallelujah. What's that? The planets for this are Mars, thank you, and Scorpio. Mars and Scorpio. Wow, what a combination, right? Fire and water. Okay, so fire and water create steam, which is your belief. So fire is your holy fire, water is your creation. And when you bring fire below water and you create steam, steam's your belief system. So that's what this card does. Challenges your belief system, challenges your emotions back into your faith, into your miracles, and stuff like that. The 6 is all about unity and coming together and reconciliation and solution. These particular this particular combination is going to be the Sun and Scorpio. The Sun and Scorpio. Don't forget that the 6 is represented in solution. So the Sun and Scorpio for this one. For the 7 of Cups, this one is an overwhelming amount of choice. All right? That's what this is. And that's what puts you into that emotional overload. Okay? Now, when you're presented with this much choice, when you have this much choice, it's good to pull like maybe 1 or 2 clarity cards for the individual. You tell them things like, I can see that you have a lot of choices before you. What ones seem to appeal to you more so than others? Or you could say things like, I see that you have, I see that it looks like you have like a lot on your plate. All right. It looks like you have a lot on your plate. What is it that you really want to do with your life? Like, where are you at with that? What things bring you joy? I always ask that kind of a question, like what things bring you joy? Because that's how they're going to make the changes in a very natural way for themselves. Because they'll begin to think cognitively that they're in charge, and that's the truth. Okay. All right. So this is going to be Venus and Scorpio. So that means it's going to be tangible. So there is a tangible aspect to the 7 of Cups. That means there's going to be an offering that is physical for this individual that is creating an emotional stir for them. Okay. Good. All right. The 8 of Cups. I'm not even waiting for you guys. I love you very much. The 8 of Cups. The 8 of Cups, if you look at it, this is just walk the fuck away. That's what this cup is. Just walk away from what's going on. It's time to go internally into your mini hermit mode and figure out your spirituality and your belief system. Because what's working outside emotionally with everybody else is not your cup of tea. Just walk away from that situation and go over here and figure you out. That's what you need to do. So when you have that, you could see that the moon is involved. So it's your spirituality. All right. Cups, it's going to be your emotion. So this is going to be a highly intuitive and inner world card. And you're taking steps which create structure. The planet is Saturn, and the zodiac is Pisces. Ooh, you guys learned a lot. Everything clicked on that one. Good job. By the time we get to, God, we're almost done. You guys are just like, ooh, you got it. All right. So now this is like one of my favorite cards in the deck. I have a lot of favorite cards, don't I? Okay. So they're all my favorite cards. It just depends on how they hit me. Sometimes they hit me hard. All right. This particular card is the 9 of Cups. The 9 of Cups is the wish card in the deck. If you turn this card up, make a wish. It is that. Make a wish. It is the one where the guy is sitting there and he's usually got all 9 cups in back of him and he's like, I have everything I need. I'm pretty good. Make a wish. Make a wish. You were lucky enough to come to that spot, so make a wish. play the lotto, do something.
Yeah.
All right. This is a good card for that. A really good card for that. A wish card. All right. This is the card of magic. Now, if you were to bring this in and a situation was to form and somebody goes, well, I don't know like what to wish for. What you do is you have them drop down into themselves. You say, what makes you happy? Like what brings you happiness? And then how can you articulate that in a wish? Okay. How could you have that experience in that way? So that's a good way to do that. The Ten of Cups is the happily ever after card, the grown up of the Four of Wands. Okay. The Ten of Cups is like, you know, you have the whole family there. Everybody is all kumbaya. And we're like, yay. Oh. Right? This one requires a little action because now you're paying attention to one another. So it is going to be home and hearth, and it's going to be something about how that's coming together. But it's going to represent a really easygoing, effortless, physical aspect. That is going to be Mars and Pisces. Boy, they don't seem to go together. Mars and Pisces, fire and water. Remember, we did steam already, so you're developing a belief system. Okay. All right. The Page of Cups. The Page of Cups, if the Page of Cups comes up, that is a gift of wisdom. All right. It's a gift of wisdom. Pay attention to what the message is that comes through on that. You can always pull another card, and that can be the message. Okay. Or you can look at either card on either side of that particular card, however you draw it. Okay. I love to pull extra cards because I like clarity and I want direction. I'm not asking the deck for me to guess. I'm not asking the deck for me to guess. Why would I do that? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to ask the deck and I'm going to pull cards until it starts to give me a story. Okay. All right. So this particular page, all right, usually has a fish with it. Fish in any kind of picture represents wisdom. Okay. All right. Now the King of Cups, the Knight of Cups. All right. The Knight of Cups is going to be Scorpio in nature. That should tell you something. I love all you Scorpios that are here. Anyway, so Scorpio in nature. Run deep and hot, deep and hot. I got you. Okay. All right. And so maybe they can't really commit emotionally, but they would like to. So they have a very loving nature. Okay. They're not in it to win it in that way. They're not that desperate, I guess. So, and now we're going to move to the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups is going to be between Gemini and Cancer. That'll be like what her nature would be, okay? Mm-hmm. Gemini and nature, Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups. She is the one who sits on that throne and has just a little bit of her feet in the water. So she has a pretty good idea of what her emotional intelligence is. All right? She's not letting it affect the world that she holds in the palm of her hand. All right? She is allowing it to become whatever it needs to be. So she is the transformational aspect of this set of trumps. She's the one who helps change in the emotional department, in how to work with your divine feminine, to structure your beliefs, to allow the ebb and flow, and to really get into the rhythm of correspondence through universal law and oneness. And that is what the Queen of Cups is. All right? The King of Cups is going to be Aries Pisces energy, okay? And the King of Cups is going to be a very deeply emotional, understanding lover of humanitarianism. You're like humanitarian efforts. Oh my gosh, it might be like anyway, humanitarian efforts and different things and structures such as that. Okay. Whew. Oh my. All right. Well, good writing. Cramps, anybody? Cramps, right? Cramps. Exactly. Cramps.
Only that I love.
Yeah. Yes. Wow. Okay. Breathe. Breathe, breathe, breathe. You got peppered with like a shit ton of information. Okay. So now what you do is you just sleep. Don't play with your cards tonight. Okay. Play with them tomorrow. Maybe pull a card. We have a class tomorrow at 7 that's $10, and it will be, I'll show you how to put these together. I'll show you how to start reading them together. And we'll pull out combinations and everything. And any questions that you have about particular cards, any ones that you're starting to struggle with, write them down, bring them, and then we'll go over that tomorrow. It'll be about an hour and a half. It's not going to be a super long class. 7 p.m., 7 to 8:30. And I'm going to have a hard stop. I'm going to start right at 7, and I'll stop right at 8:30 because that's what I need to do. This one, you need everything. I can't do it any other way. I do my best. I usually break this particular class down into 4 classes. So I knew how long it'd take me to deliver it.
For your Wednesday classes?
Yes. Yes.
I know
I do have them online. No worries. I have them online.
YouTube thing, an Instagram thing.
It is. It's going to be interactive. So you would purchase a ticket and you'll get the link. Yeah, because the link is going to be in StreamYard. I'm doing it a different way. Yeah, so it's not any way that you've done yet. Everybody likes Zoom and stuff like that, but I'm wanting something different. I want something different.
I would be online.
Okay.
So, is to get to Streamline, can I go to the Facebook where
The StreamYard?
StreamYard, like, where do I go and pay? Like,
Well, what I go to bodystudios.com.
Oh, okay.
Body Studios is going to be cheaper.
Okay.
Okay. And I think that it's 50 cents, so it's $10.50.
Okay.
Okay. And then the link is on the ticket. So you just look for the link on the ticket. And it might be at the end. I might put it at the very bottom where it has a disclaimer and everything, but look for the ticket link. It's there.
Okay.
And then you just click that. You're going to come into StreamYard. StreamYard is going to be a different sort of animal. All right.
Okay.
It's not like Zoom. You'll come and you won't be on anything yet. You'll be there all by yourself and you won't know what the fuck's going on, but it's okay. I'm going to see you and I'm going to pull you onto the screen. You'll be like, oh, here I am. And then I'll team you guys with whoever shows up so that we can learn together. All right. And so we'll do an hour and a half tomorrow, and that should be, and we'll do that each week. So an hour and a half tomorrow. If you guys do the writing in between, that will be the best for you. Okay. Do your best to do the work because it's going to benefit you. All right. 1 month of a commitment, and then you will have it solid. It'll be easier. Yes.
When will we be getting the online transcript video thing?
You mean for this?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll talk with Angie and then we'll figure out how to get it to you guys. All right. Do I have your email? I'll tell you what.
If not, I'll text tomorrow.
Oh, okay, great. So well, by tomorrow we will have figured it out. It won't be tonight.
Yeah.
So no time tomorrow. Okay? Yes. She's like pointing and telling me to stop. I don't know how to do that. I got it. I found it. I got it. I found it. That's what it said.
Is it gonna be recorded?
It is recorded.
Not
It's
today,
audio and
but
it's
tomorrow.
Yes.
audio and touch.
My kids don't leave until 7:30, so I be late to the class.